Hi there, it's Saturday night here at the Super Series. You know what that means. Our 6 finalists battling it out for the £5,000 first prize and, of course, a place at Champions Week. And because it's a big occasion, we've got a former World Championship finalist to cast her eye over the action. Evening to Corinne Hammond. Corinne, Saturday's always got a bit of a buzz here at the Super Series, hasn't it?
I know, I love a Saturday night at the Super Series. I think it's having the crowd in here that's just what makes it extra special. And you know that everyone's worked hard to get here for the night. So, yeah, I love it.
It's having you here that makes it extra special,
yes,
Corinne.
Thank you, Chris.
She's going to join Henry Deacon to talk you through tonight's action. Henry's been casting his eye over the action all week, and here he is to tell us who the 6 finalists are.
Colin Monk won his way through Group B, finished second in the group and provided some highlights. He was the outsider to get through, but he's proved his worth. As for Kevin Dowling, he was a debutant in this competition. He made his way through Group C, second in that group. He had to wait until the final game, though, to confirm his position here tonight. Matt Clark made his way through in the most dramatic circumstances. He needed this 1-5-6 to win 4-0 against Colin Monk to go through, and Superman duly obliged. Martin Adams has been rolling back the years here at the Super Series. The winner of Group C. He put in some of the most consistent performances we have seen here all week. Paul Hogan was the boss of Group B, unbeaten on the first night of action for making his way through as the victor. But it was Kevin Painter who took the spoils in Group A. He was the first man to qualify for tonight, helped in part to this clutch 1-2-9 when behind against Matt Clark.
Yeah, they are your 6 finalists in action this evening. Split into 2 groups as always on Saturday nights. The top 2 from each group will qualify. So let's cast our eye over those. Now, look, some big names, particularly in Kevin Painter and Martin Adams. Who jumps out at you as a potential winner this evening?
I wouldn't put it past Hogan to be in the final tonight, to be perfectly honest. So, yeah, I think that, I mean, obviously Painter and Adams are the standout favourites, but I wouldn't mind backing Hogan to be in the final.
Yeah, it was interesting, actually, because when he spoke to Henry before he threw a dart on Thursday, he said he plays really well on Thursdays and Fridays here and has struggled at finals night. We've got quite a big crowd here tonight. He'll probably have some backing in it, won't he?
I'd imagine so, yeah. He is quite local to the studio here, so I'd be surprised if he didn't have a few fans that he's brought along with him. But, I mean, he is experienced in playing in front of a crowd, so maybe it's more about the late night start or whatever, but 2023, a new year, we might see a different Hoagie on a Saturday night.
Yeah, absolutely. No better way to start. Colin Monk as well, pretty local, so he might have a few. They might share a few fans, actually, that pair. But the first match features our 2 Kevins, Kevin Painter and Kevin Dowling. Painter, who stormed through Group A, he's had a couple of days off. Dowling, who snuck through Group C. And Henry spoke to both of them earlier on. So we'll start by hearing from Kevin Painter.
Kevin, welcome to finals night. Couple of days off, how have you spent that?
Yeah, I ain't really done a lot, to be honest, Henry. I've just sort of lazed around the hotel, so had a walk down the road. That's about it, mate. That's all right with me. I don't really want to do too much either.
How have you evaluated your week so far?
I had my moments. I weren't fantastic, I have to admit, you know, but I've done some good things at the right times, if you like, and sort of I got away a couple of games, but you do that, you know, on a league basis anyway. So I'm hoping to play a little bit better tonight than I did during the week. But look, I won 13 out of 15 games, so that was good enough.
When you spoke to me on Monday, you said you wanted to make sure Saturday you got right. And I suppose now you're here into the finals, got a bit of a crowd which is starting to build. That must be a motivation for you.
Yeah, it's always nice to play in front of a crowd. And, you know, we all want to play well. Like you say, there's a crowd in. They want to see some decent darts. So, you know, we all want to play well, yeah. And,
of course, that spot at Champions Week as well if you get the victory.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great. Listen, tonight, you know, to go on and win tonight would be fantastic. But just got to play well. There's 6 good players here tonight, so you've got to play well to get through, yeah.
Wish you all the best. Kevin, good luck.
Thanks, Henry. Thank you.
Kev, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. That was quite a dramatic day, though, yesterday to get here.
Yeah, I felt almost a little bit fortunate to be here. It went very close at the end, and I certainly could have thrown it away, but yeah, it was a roller coaster.
Was it almost relief more than anything when you realised you were free, just because of the drama that yesterday had?
I was trying not to think about it as it was unfolding, but yeah, at the end of it, I feel very privileged to be here, to be honest.
Looking forward to tonight. Obviously, it's a short course format with the 2 group matches, and we have the added element of a crowd as well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's the crowd will bring something to it, I'm sure, a bit of excitement.
Well, we look forward to watching you play. Kev, good luck.
Thank you very much, Henry. Thank you.
Well, let's get finals night underway. Our first fixture is about to start as the artist meets the bounty hunter. In Group 1, a winning start is often key on Saturday sessions, and we have a winning combo to guide you through tonight's 9 matches. Our commentary team is owner of multiple trophies, Colin Hammond, and owner of a multi-pack of crisps, Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. I suppose Chris sounds like Chris, but anyway, welcome to Saturday at the MODUS Super Series. May the Super Six assemble. By the end of the night, we'll etch our 10th name into the Champions Week Wall of Honour and pick up the £5,000 top prize. A man very used to the winner's enclosure is the artist Kevin Painter, the former Players Champion. But since the start of the week, he said tonight is the night that he wants to get right. Up against him, Kevin Dowling, the bounty hunter, a debutant in this competition this week, and he's more than accounted for himself well. Through to the final at the first time of asking for him £5,000 would represent some payday. It's the battle of the Kevins. Paul Hinks is your referee for all the action this evening, and I'm happy to say I'm joined by Colin Hammond. Evening, Colin.
Oh, hello, Henry. It's good to be back. I love a Saturday night here at the Super Series. I think it's just the crowd that makes a difference, and seeing all the people there in the background rather than just some empty seats that we see during the week.
And it is absolutely crammed in tonight, isn't it? You can hardly move around the arena.
Well, that's what we like to see. We love to see lots of people here and then getting right into it and enjoying the darts. And let's just hope they see a lot of good darts on display tonight. That's all we can all hope for, really, isn't it?
What are you expecting to see this evening, and who do you think are going to be the standout performers?
I mean, Painter and Adams are your standout clear favourites between the 2 groups, each playing in a different group, obviously. But as I said to Chris up on the balcony, I wouldn't put it past Hogan making the final. So, but then Chris did tell me that he's always said that he plays well Thursday, Fridays, but doesn't tend to play as well on a Saturday. But as I did say, new year, maybe a new Hoagie. Let's see, because I mean, you know, he's got a lot of talent, so wouldn't surprise me at all.
One player with perhaps the most supremest of talents that the sport's ever seen in Kevin Painter.
105.
He won Group A. Now I'm going to make a bold prediction here, Corin.
That's unlike you, Henry, but go ahead.
I think Kevin's going to win this game.
Oh, wow.
140.
We're only one leg into the night and you've already started. Oh, how I've missed this.
Tops, or is he going to stay at the treble bed? Treble for double 10.
90. Kevin Newcar, 140.
Will it prove academic with Dowling back on 140? Painter then returning for double 5 to take the opening leg of the night. But it is going to be under some considerable pressure this time round.
Game shot on the first leg.
A 16 dart opening leg hole for Kevin Painter. That is some way to start the account for the evening. The artist off to a fly, leading 1-0.
Second leg, Kevin Dowling to throw first. Game on. $59. $85. $45.
Well, Dowling's not quite settled into this leg as yet, which gives Painter a great opportunity to take control of it,
125.
which he seems to be doing already. You often wonder whether those that qualify from Group A straight through to the Saturday are at a bit of a disadvantage by having a few days off. For some, it works well. For others, you know, not so well.
140.
Doesn't seem to be doing any harm at this point, but we are only in the first game of the evening. There is a long way to go.
There's going to be a lot of tungsten tension to come, Corinne.
121.
I wondered how long it would be until the pun started.
Wait till we get started on the stats.
Looking forward to it.
$100. Kevin Yukar, 170.
Oh, are we going to see a 170 this early in finals night? No. Maybe next time.
60.
Not
Kevin
quite
Yukar,
time for fishing yet.
157.
No, just throwing the bag out at the minute. Not reeling him in.
97. Kevin Yukar, 110.
Nice for a break of throw and a 2-0 lead. 110 for Painter. There's the treble. Options now. There's 10 for tops. You'll always see Kevin do this. He makes sure he's
90.
always composed, that
Kevin
every
Yukar,
dart is
60.
released in the way that he wants it to be released. Nothing gets rushed when he's involved. And so tops for Dowling to level this game up. 10s.
40. Kevin Yukar, 20.
And so second poke for Painter on this double 10.
Game shot on the second leg. Kevin Painter.
That's the second leg in the leisure of Kevin Painter. He leads Kevin Dowling by 2 legs to 0. Being walled on by
Third leg, Kevin Painter to throw
not
first.
just an army
Game
of
on.
fans, but also by his other half. He's down here in Portsmouth supporting Kevin tonight. They've spent a couple of days
80.
together and around the city since he's won Group A. In the interview, just fancy chilling in Portsmouth. There's worse cities to do it, isn't there, Corinne?
That's exactly right.
55.
As you do, it's quite local to everything here from where the studio is. Lots of nice things to go to see. However, the weather has not been great the last few days, so I hope
45.
they've been just indoors.
Is now a bad time to ask you what the weather's like back in Australia?
Oh, it's like the height of summer. I am, yeah, getting very
60.
jealous of all of my friends' posts on social medias about beaches and, you know, sunny afternoons and barbecues and this, that and the other. So, yeah.
Where the mute button comes in handy.
86. Sorry, 84.
I wonder whether these two know each other well, because Kevin's played a lot in the Warwickshire county scene, played a lot in the West Midlands. Kevin Painter based in Rugby.
140.
One of the paths have crossed at local opens or other types of events up in that part of the world.
I think it'd be pretty safe to assume so.
98.
Most players tend to have crossed paths with a lot of other players over the years. While it is such a large sport, it's a very kind of small circle, if that makes sense.
85.
See a lot of the same faces everywhere you go.
Which is why you were gutted when you saw my face when you
39.
turned up in the
Kevin
commentary box this
Yukar,
evening.
161.
I was pre-warned, Henry, so I was prepared for it.
Most would have ran away.
60. Kevin Yukar, 155.
Will this be the first blockbuster finish of the evening? And Kevin Painter not to be. And so Dowling now has a makeable opportunity for the break here on the 101.
$65. Kevin Yukar, 101.
Painter seemed a little bit undecided about what he was going to do with his last dart there.
So double 16 for Dowling, but he pulls it the other
83.
side into the wrong
Kevin
wire, the
O'Connor,
wrong
90.
bed. And so this is a 3-0 in next to no time at all, and a 4-0 victory in the pool stages tonight. Puts yourself virtually on the hill. The Bull.
48. Kevin O'Connor, 18.
So double 9 for Dowling.
Game shot on the third leg.
Big moment.
Kevin Dowling.
Big moment in this game. Painter had a dart at the bullseye to break the throw of Kevin Dowling and to open up a 3-0 lead. That came and went.
Fourth leg, Kevin Dowling.
And the
to throw
bounty
first.
hunter
Game on.
took full advantage. And it is back to 2-1. It's back on throw.
And this is the thing with these pools,
58.
Henry. Every leg counts because we, you know, look at the points first of matches won and then looking at the leg difference. So, you know, all of them are important, but particularly important for Kevin Dowling there because
125.
it's a long way to come back from 3-0 down in such a short format. But has the darts in this leg and has the opportunity to even it back up.
How well do you know George Orwell's Animal
45.
Farm?
What? What kind of a question is that?
Well, there's a saying in that particular book that all animals are equal,
95.
but some are more equal than others. Well, here on finals night, every single leg is equal because it means you win a leg. But some legs are worth more than others. And for Kevin Dowling there, Corinne's beside herself here. But for Kevin Dowling,
23.
every single leg means more when you're in a losing position. If you're going to lose 4-3.
Yeah. I don't even have any words, Henry. God, I mean, it's only taking you in. We're only 15 minutes in to the session tonight and I already have no words. What is it going to be like come midnight?
What are you saying? You can't spake?
Can't spake.
36.
I don't know, but I wouldn't. You know,
141.
I would be chuffed to see a game like that happening here tonight. I mean, no disrespect to any of the players here, but I don't fancy our chances of it. But if it did get like that, then yes, I would be in a position where I
65.
can't spake.
Well, Painter 76 and one on the cusp of a break of foe. Dowling all the way back in the 300s.
60. Kevin O'Connor, 76.
Tops.
46.
Not a disaster. Dowling's not on a finish, but it is double 15 upon his return. And dare I say, if Dowling doesn't leave an outshot, will he possibly consider the split? He's not going to be on a finish.
46. Kevin O'Connor, 30.
Split or hit, Kev? It's straight
Game
forward,
shot on the
straight
fourth
in.
leg.
Kevin Painter isn't messing about tonight. There we go. Big crowd in attendance here this evening. You literally cannot get a seat in here.
Fifth leg, Kevin Painter to throw
Well, lucky
first.
they reserve seats
Game
for
on.
us here in the comms box. So we're okay.
They wasn't planning to, but apparently they had to.
58.
Oh, imagine doing commentary from out in the studio itself amongst the crowd. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
I'd imagine I probably got punched or something.
100.
Yeah, by the players when we say that they've had a poor shot.
$100.
Where are you on the whole debate in terms of winning Group A and what it does? If you were a player and you won
81.
Group A, what would you do over those couple of days to make sure you're in the best possible space for the Saturday night?
I think I'd be one of those players who'd be quite grateful to have a couple of
140.
days off and then just, you know, forget about that for a couple of days and then come back fresh again for a Saturday. That would suit me better.
100.
But there are those players who like to stay in form and like to be able to play, you know, every day. And then as the days get on, they kind of get better. Whereas I don't feel I'm that kind of person.
129.
Well, whatever Kevin Painter's done, it's working to great effect because he's left 74 after 12 and he is now on the verge of a 4-1 victory, which puts him in an almightily strong position in terms of Group
75.
1 here this evening. So to round it off with a potential 14 dart leg, 15 will do. If he can find the tops, moves across.
54.
But cannot bed the double now, and can Dowling provide a Hail Mary 145? From absolutely nowhere. He couldn't find that inspired moment, and so Painter
85.
is back for the match.
20.
And back for a double 10.
That's a good marker there.
10.
Didn't use it though.
WK 60.
Opportunity for Dowling.
Kevin Uwaka 10.
That was well outside the mark there. Well, we've already seen Painter hit 5s once, actually twice. Once when he wasn't even going for it, so.
No score. Kevin Uwaka 20.
Oh, I hate it when the legs turn out like this when no one can hit a double.
That's 7 for
Game
the
shot on
match,
the
and
fifth
Dowling
leg.
breaks.
Kevin Dowling.
How key a passage in play could that be? Because even if Painter won this leg and it's 4-2, it could have potential significance in terms of the group at the end of proceedings. As we mentioned earlier, every leg counts tonight in the group pool stages.
Well, the 2 legs that Dowling's won so far, both have been breaks of throw, but he hasn't been able to hold
100.
in his own leg the next one. And as we always say, a break's not a break unless you can hold. So, I mean, this is the last chance saloon for him. He does need to win this
100.
leg, otherwise it will be game over.
$78. $100.
Of course, Kevin Painter, as well as wanting to win the Super Series, is getting himself ready for a stint at the World Seniors Championship, which takes place at the Circus Tavern at the
60.
beginning of February.
That's right, it does too. Not that far away. Hard to believe we're almost mid-January. Where has the time gone?
83.
This time last month, we were getting ready for Ali Pali still.
True, and that seems like an age ago now.
121.
It was only a fortnight
60.
ago, less than a fortnight ago since that leg.
Exactly. Oh, that was well off the mark, of the
84.
42, but
Kevin Newcar 158.
chances are we'll be back for the 58 unless Painter can pull off something magic. Not going to happen though, but should leave it tidy.
134.
Very tidy
Kevin
indeed.
Newcar 58.
To force a decider. 2 darts at tops for Dowling.
Game shot
2
on the
darts
sixth
at
leg.
tops converted.
Dowling.
Kevin Painter missed 7 darts to win this darts match in leg 5. Could that come back to cost him here? Because we go all the way to a 7th and deciding leg. But it is Painter,
Seventh and final
the
leg,
artist,
Kevin Painter
who
to
has
fill
the
first.
darts to
Game
win
on.
the opening pool match of the evening session here.
140.
What a start.
After that first start, I thought we might have been on for our first max of the session, but not to be. Still time though.
60.
Yet to hear the famous strains from Paul Hinks.
59.
Been great company the last few weeks. We will see him towards the latter end of next week at the Super Series. Let him have a couple of days off.
135.
One of our excellent team of referees.
56.
Do you realise by the end of tonight he would have refereed 208 matches in 2 weeks?
That's just ludicrous, isn't it? Just goes to show how much darts does go on here
60.
at the Super Series. Lots of games, lots of sessions, every day, or 6 days a week. It's just always going on.
100.
You cannot go anywhere anymore without seeing darts.
I don't really think that's a problem.
I think it's a good thing.
Yeah.
123. Kevin O'Carr, 146.
It's 146 would be a good thing for Kev because it would win in the match. Then of course for the treble 18, which means one dart. 32. To have sealed the win in superb circumstances. And so Dowling 1, 2, 3 for leg 4. The bull.
98.
Oh, there was
Kevin
only a
O'Carr,
wire
16.
in that. Wire on that one too.
Game shot on the match.
But
Painter.
Kevin Painter gets over the line in a 7-leg thriller. He beats Kevin Dowling by 4 legs to 3 in the Battle of the Kevs. Painter there with an end average of 84.37, getting over the line, getting a crucial first win, which is always also pivotal in the pool stages here on finals night at the Super Series. Well, that is the first game in Group 1 done. After the break, we begin Group 2 with Paul Hogan up against Matt Clark. Do join us next.
Welcome back. Your Saturday session at the Super Series started with Kevin Painter picking up the points in the opening match in Group 1. The artist was flowing at the start of that match, but he nearly ruined his own work and threw it away. Kevin Dowling eventually got a dart at the bullseye to win it, but Painter going out with his 10th match dart in that one. He draws first blood in Group 1, but the margin of victory means that we really don't know yet how that group is likely to unfold. We move now to Group 2 and a meeting between Paul Hogan and Matt Clark. Now, similarly to the first match, we've got one man in Hogan who cruised through to finals night, no trouble at all. And Matt Clark, well, he didn't sneak through the back door, he just bulldozed the house down, a 1-5-6 checkout to win 4-0 when that was the only possible result that would have qualified him in his last match yesterday evening. Henry Deacon caught up with both players before this. We'll hear from Paul Hogan first.
Paul, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. You said to me on Thursday you wanted to get tonight right. Same feeling now?
I'm feeling good. I've had quite a lot of sleep, so hopefully I can perform better tonight.
Really good performance in Group B. You dominated the first night. How would you reflect on the previous 2 days?
It's been tough. I mean, I was only winning like 4-2s, but I know Matt's going to try and get revenge on me tonight because I'm playing him first game on, so it's going to be tough.
As you mentioned, you've been here a couple of times in finals. You're here on the opening night here at the Super Series. Would you like to kind of go a bit better than you have done before?
Oh yeah, I mean, I always try my best, you know. So hopefully I can get over that hurdle.
We wish you all the best, Paul. Good luck.
Thanks so much, Henry. Cheers.
Matt, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How have you found your week here?
It's been quite fantastic. It's grueling. It's a lot harder than you'd think it is. Oh, you're just playing darts for 5 days, but it's good. Hard work.
What have you learnt from this week?
I need to get back down the gym. It's probably the biggest thing that my personal thoughts. It's obviously I've seen this advertised and I've seen bits of it on the internet and Facebook and stuff, but to actually be here playing it and realise what a concept it's become, it's fantastic. A good basis for a second chance at darts. Obviously, being in the seniors tour, we're getting on a bit, so to have another chance at something that you love is fantastic.
That 1-5-6 against Colin Monk yesterday. Now, apparently you didn't know that was going to send you through in the end, did it?
I knew that if I beat Colin, me and Mike would be on the same points, but because he had beaten me, I didn't give the leg count an actual thought. It was just, right, just beat Colin out of pride. Like, let's just get a win. Obviously, Colin wired that 32, and I thought, right, just if it goes, it goes, and it went. And that all the doubles that I've missed over the week, I thought, well, that's poetic justice. I deserved one after all of this. And then when I went out the back, they literally said that's got you through by a leg. But didn't Mike beat me? They said, no, it's your leg. So, I won't lie, I was extremely happy about that.
And we wish you all the best tonight, Matt. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's been a remarkable story for Superman at the Super Series this week. He's actually the only player in the 6-man field for the finals to have played in every single day of action on this week. Paul Hogan came in on Thursday and as good as got the job done then. Will he get the job done here in his opening match? Let's find out. Group 2 gets underway with Henry Deacon and Corin Hammond.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Well, when Matt Clark got that 1-5-6 to beat Colin Monk by 4 legs to nil, he was actually planning his journey back home. He didn't think that was enough for him to get through to finals night tonight. Well, I'm glad that somebody in the production staff told him that he is playing here this evening. Otherwise, he'd have been sat here right now wondering why he was being called up to the stage, but he wasn't there. So he takes on Paul Hogan in his first game of the evening. Hogan, who was the victor in Group B, he won that particular group. He was unbeaten on Thursday in that group. But Matt Clark has this tenacious nature about him. 4 threes have seemed to follow him everywhere he's gone this week. We saw a 4-3 in our first game. Do you think it's equally as difficult to prize these two apart?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I did say earlier tonight that I wouldn't Be surprised if Hogan did get through to the final. I mean, obviously,
60.
I've not seen a lot of Matt Clark play, to be honest, but he's obviously doing something right to get himself here to finals night. As you mentioned, just scraped through with that 4-0 win.
100.
And a very good 156 checkout.
And to do that under that kind of pressure, Corinne, you've been up there on the biggest stages in world darts. To do that in that situation takes
100.
some gut and some bottle.
Well, it does, but judging by, you know, the interview that you did with him pre-tonight, he didn't really know there was that much pressure on him having to win that 4-0. He was just looking to get himself a win. So I guess that, you know, may have made a difference. If he knew that it needed to go for him to be able to qualify, it could have been a very different situation.
140.
And so for Matt Clark, because he didn't think he was through, and he thought he was going home after that game against Colin Monk last night, can he come in tonight and think, well, I didn't think I was going to be
85.
here. Whatever happens is kind of a bonus.
Yeah, exactly. It is just like a bonus night, isn't it? If he didn't think that he was going to be here, but I'm sure now that, or once he knew that he was here and in his preparation for tonight, he's thinking, well, why can't I win it? Just like
55.
all 6 of them are thinking it.
Paul Car 116.
A checkout we have nicknamed the Housen because he took it out on numerous occasions to win matches last week, but Paul Hogan isn't going to have similar luck this time.
60. Mario Car 146.
I've seen a 156. The 146 is a little bit easier.
Well, I don't know, Henry. It depends which way you were going to go about it because, you know, most people tend to go 60, 54,
84.
which you, know, you need
56.
to change, whereas the 156 is a 60, 60. Although there have been quite a number of people who stay at
Game
the 60.
shot on the first leg. Paul Hogan.
There we go. First leg to Hogan.
Second leg, Matt to throw first. Game on. $140.
Quality game this so far. 88 and 96 the averages after the first leg.
60.
Couple of 140s for Clark.
$100.
Sounds as if there's a few Matt Clark fans in tonight, isn't there?
It does sound that way, yes.
60.
But sometimes all it takes is that one loud one, and that's the only one that you can hear all the time.
I suppose this is the ultimate in that debate
100.
between the wall of noise and that one individual voice. This is kind of the one individual voice to the extreme.
I tend to think that the
50.
deafening silence
Mario
is
Kart
worse. That's the
161.
worst thing.
Does it make you feel tense as a player because it is silent?
It just is odd because there's not really many occasions that you play where there is no noise. Whether that's actually people that are, you know, there as a crowd watching, or whether there's
97.
just people around and there's background noise to everything. But it's very seldom that you'll play in a quiet atmosphere.
Because I suppose when you're playing in floor tournaments, apart from maybe on the
60.
PDC Pro Tour, but when you're playing
Mario
open
Kart
events all across the
64.
country and the world, you're going to hear cheers on one board because one player's won, and you're going to hear probably pints falling on the floor and all sorts going on.
Never hear the pints, Henry. That doesn't happen.
32.
Well, Clark's missed 32 there, but we'll be back for it with Hogan back on 2-7-1.
43. Mario Kart 32.
Still not able to find himself a big treble to leave himself a finish, so at least got 6 from here. Having to move all the way over to his right there.
Game
And it was a good move as he's found that one. There's definitely more than one Matt Clark fan in the crowd
The
there.
leg Paul through first. Game on.
It's getting lively at the Live Lounge.
60.
Things we want to hear. Things we like to see.
Well, they haven't been able to shake their 180 cards yet.
$61. $100.
So midway through the third leg of this one, Hogan 1, Clark 1. A reminder that players are split into 2 groups of 3 if you're new to us here. And the other player in this group is Martin Wolfie Adams, as maybe this sizable crowd are about to wave their 180 signs. It's the loud cheer of Paul Hinks for the first time tonight.
26.
Definitely appears as though Hoagie's fallen off the wagon here. And another 2 in a row.
He'll be gaining some more at this rate.
100. Mayuka 80.
There was a cry of "come on, Dad" there as Matt Clark approached the hockey. That's gone into the single ones. He's not going to get his dad at top, so it's all about setting up now.
40.
I'm sure that's helping with cries of "come on, Dad," because you'd like to think that's only one person.
100. Mayuka 40.
This is for a 13 dart leg. Break of throw. He's averaging 95.5.
Game shot on the third leg.
He's playing some of his best darts of the week. He's bringing the big guns out for finals night, is Matt Clark. That's a break. That's 2-1. And for Paul Hogan, who has signalled tonight as the night he wants to get right, well, he's going to have to come back from behind if he's going to get off to the perfect start.
$60.
Can Hogan get his first max? Not this time.
100.
But he'll be happy he found the treble.
$100. $121.
Was a good fix there after that first wayward dart. Maybe it's the support for Matt Clark that's putting Hoagie off.
100.
Because in a room where it's vaguely silent
100.
when the players are throwing, when you hear that call, but that call's for one player, it can instinctively put you off, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's easier, 3,000 people chanting "Oh Michael Van Gogh" and then one person shouting "Come on, Matt."
140.
Very different.
$140. Mayuka 101.
That's much better from Hogan. Puts the pressure on this 101 finish.
96 left, moves across. Hogan, remember, is back on a double after 12 against the darts, and he's going to get a go.
Yeah, that was a long way off the 60 there.
25.
Moved that a little bit too far, I think.
Huge dart. Huge moment, and Hogan's up to the task. Because you just sense there, now that could have been the opening for Matt Clark, left on 76 for 101. And then Hogan converts, last dart in hand for 15 dart leg and for 2 apiece. And look how he's starting the fifth.
140. $100.
Hogan's found a gear here. He's found a spark.
140.
Well, let's be honest, Henry. He needed to find something. It was looking a little dismal there for that second and third leg.
$60.
Suddenly, we might be looking at that 101 as a pivotal moment, because look at the charge from Crocodile Dundee.
100.
I know crocodiles are famous for snapping their teeth. Well, Paul Hogan's gritting his teeth here.
Oh, Henry, you do make me laugh. I have missed this.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm saying that now, but, you know, another couple of hours, I won't have.
Polio car 100.
You're not going to throw me off the balcony again, are you?
No. I didn't actually throw you off the balcony either. I just threatened to.
24.
I like the fact we just have to clarify that.
Yeah, well, there might be some people at home watching that think such things like that happen here at the MODUS Super Series, and we can assure you they do not.
140.
Some people wish they could do that.
Yeah.
Tops for 14 darter, back-to-back 15s.
77.
Not to be. Clark has already saved his skin for 156. This could be an outshot of similar proportions.
Could see the look on his face. They're like, oh my God, how was that
41.
dart so far away? And how did that land in the one?
15.
Wasn't so lucky on the fives this time. Opportunity here for Clark with 100. Definitely does not want a 1 first start this time. That's a good marker if he stays for the treble, and he does. Oh, and there was only a wire in that one. So Hoagie lives to fight another shot here with the 5. Double 2. Looks a bit awkward.
1.
Not able to find it.
20.
It looked a bit awkward. It was awkward. And it's opened up the door of opportunity for Matt Clark. This double 10 for a break of throw and a 3-2 lead. 5s.
15. Folio car 4.
Well, what started off as a great leg has now turned into what you would refer to as a tungsten tussle here on the doubles, Henry.
2.
That's now 10 darts for the leg for Paul Hogan. They've come and gone. Puff out of the cheeks from Clark. He knows the significance of this moment. He knows the significance of this double 2 that Paul Hogan has just missed.
3.
but he can't find. We're heading to the
Polio
madhouse.
Class 2.
Oh, we're all in the madhouse now.
It's double Desmond. It's 2 legs all, and they're both on 2.
Game shoulder
Made no mistake with that one. And we're all thankful for that, because when you get into that tussle of double one, oh my Lord.
Crowd were proper getting into that, weren't they?
6-leg match to throw first. Game on.
I've been involved in plenty of matches myself where you get stuck on that double one. Awful.
And this is what we want from finals night of the Super Series.
100.
The players get the best of order when the darts are being thrown. But in between, we want that interaction. We want that little bit of fun, don't we? That good element, that good spirited
100.
nature creates the spectacle that is the Super Series.
You're right. And it is, as long as it is good-natured, then that's what we're all about. It's when it turns into, well, not that it happens here at the Super Series, but when it turns into something that's not quite
43.
good-natured, that it's, yeah, out of order.
I think we know what you're implying.
60.
And but next up after this, we continue Group 1 with a debut for the night of Colin Monk. He takes on Kevin Dowling, who missed out to Kevin Painter on the last leg decider. Monk wins that game. Group 1 would have been decided in the
59.
middle match.
$100. $99.
This could be a big visit. This could be a significant visit. It could set him up for a match-winning visit. If you're going to find your first max of the match, find it there.
60. Polio Class 61.
They always come in handy no matter when you get them. Oh, too accurate there, Hoagie.
53. Mario Car 140.
That's always a risk you take when you go for the 25 off the 61. And lots of players actually say they do aim for the bullseye, which I find odd. Why? You don't want to hit the bullseye.
You're aiming for a target that you want to miss.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Paul Hogan will be aiming at the double four and wanting to hit it
82.
because it would win him his fourth leg. It would give him an opening group win.
Game
And it
set,
is
match.
an opening
Paul
group win
Hogan.
for Paul Hogan, the man who wants to make Saturday night all right for flighting. Gets off to the perfect start. He gets the better of Matt Clark by 4 legs to 2. He had opportunities to open up a sizable lead, did Matt Clark, but Paul Hogan, victor by 4 legs to 2. We continue Group 1 after the break when Kevin Dowling takes on Colin Monk.
Welcome back. A couple of games down here now at the Super Series on this Saturday night session when all the players are fighting it out for the £5,000 first prize. And it was Paul Hogan who left his fans happy. Both players seem to have a few fans in the crowd during that one. A victory for Hogan, 4-2 over Matt Clark. Hogan worried about his previous Saturday night performances, but getting the job done in that one. So he's top of Group 2, and we go back to Group 1 now as we see Kevin Dowling back in action. It's last chance saloon for him after that bullseye was missed. That would have beaten Kevin Painter, but the artist, in fairness, had missed 9 match darts before this point, eventually getting a 4-3 win, a win that could have been healthier for Painter, but it's Dowling who is now in a spot of bother but can get himself out of it. It's the first outing of the evening for his opponent, Colin Monk, the former world master. He came through Group B in the last couple of nights, played some good stuff as well, and I know that Matthew Edgar, who's been commentating throughout this week, thinks that Colin Monk is very good value to win this match. And Monk caught up with Henry Deacon a little earlier.
Colin, welcome to finals night here. How would you assess your week so far?
Yeah, gone well, to be quite honest with you. I was a bit anticipating coming into the competition, haven't been really playing that well really, but yeah, things have gone quite well.
What expectations did you have going into this week before tonight?
Well, like I said to you in the previous interview, 6 good players, managed to get runners up, so now we're back against another 3 people who are very good. I know them all. Yeah, it's going to be tough, but you just got to get on with it.
Different complexion to it tonight because obviously there's a crowd in, but I suppose this is something you like to thrive off of. Yes,
it's better with the crowd, isn't it? They can sort of cheer you up and boo you and whatever, but yeah, all well and good, really, to be quite honest with you.
And of course, that place at Champions Week is on the line. Would that be a nice little bonus on top of the week?
It would be nice, but obviously there's another 5 players in there thinking exactly the same, so hopefully the darts go well, and then we'll take it from there.
We wish you all the best, Colin. Good luck.
Lovely, thank you very much.
So Colin Monk comes into this game with his opponent, Kevin Dowling, treading on the tungsten trap door. Defeat for Dowling would see him literally sent to Coventry, with Monk and Painter progressing before they even play. But if Dowling wins by a margin of 2 legs or better, he would actually go through. The twists and turns will be told by Corin Hammond and Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Corinne absolutely loved that, didn't you?
The tungsten trapdoor. I've never heard that one before. That's a new one. Bringing something else to those, or the wonderful world of puns of Henry and Murphy. Love it.
Should be a book. Anyway, Colin Monk has kind of had a bit of a fairy tale week, hasn't he? Made his way through Group B, played some splendid darts as well en route. He was written off by the bookmakers before a dart was even thrown on Thursday evening. Even though he didn't quite win the group, they actually priced him up at 11-1 to win it. That was how much they thought he's an outside, but he's played some fantastic darts. And what a fantastic week it's been for the Monk family as well. We send our warmest of congratulations to Aaron for winning a PDC tour card. And so will it be a case of like father, like son here at the Super Series tonight?
Game on.
I think you mean like son, like father. Because, you know, Aaron's the one who's already done it. And Colin's here now. That be right? I think that would be right.
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, Corin.
$100.
It's great to see the likes of Colin here, World Masters champion back in 1996.
59.
I suppose this and the seniors tour and things like that, it gives those players the opportunity, even if they don't want to play at the highest level, playing in the Pro Tour ranks and things like that, the opportunity to still play in a competitive environment.
45.
And still feel like they can have the bug.
Yeah, and I think it's just the fact that they don't have to do it as often because, let's be honest, the PDC Players Championship Tour is brutal. Like, it's constant.
134.
You know, week in, week out. And I guess when you get to, you know, a certain age, you don't want to be doing that all the time. Leave that to the youngsters.
66. $95. 41. 60.
Dowling having the better of this first leg. First down to a finish on 109. Of course, the incentive that he has to win here looms large for the bounty
95.
hunter.
Kevin Yukar, 109.
Yes, it's a very cutthroat groups that occur on the Saturday evening. And then, of course, we're only into what, the second, third game, and he's already playing his second and
77.
could potentially be his last game if he
154.
doesn't get a win here. Oh, just outside the treble there.
$98. Kevin Yukar, 32. Game shot on the first leg.
Able to sneak it in there with the last start.
And they're the worst ones, aren't they, for the opponent? Because you just think you have a bit of hope of coming back, don't you?
And
Second
all
leg
of a
Colin to throw
sudden,
first.
that
Game
hope
on.
is gone.
Evaporated into the night.
32.
Kevin Dowling's nicknamed the Bounty Hunter, but if he loses this game, no one can bail him out. He will be eliminated from the process. So he's playing knockout darts pretty much from the get-go now.
132.
Which I suppose is what most of these players will be used to.
Yeah, it's not very many, you know, series or events or tournaments or whatever that you'll see where there is that round robin phase. So
55.
you do have that little bit of luxury that if you do lose a game, you can make it up by winning the ones after, because most events are straight knockout. So once you've lost that game, you pack up your darts and off you go.
100.
I've always heard about the second
60.
round, but I've never actually seen it at an open event.
You've always gone home by then.
Struggled to see how the preliminary.
And this is why you're in the comms box,
60.
Henry. Doesn't really say much for me, does it? Because I'm also sat here in the comms box with you.
You got your world final though, Corinne.
Oh, I did. Seems like a lifetime ago
100.
now.
6 years ago, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be 6 years ago. You are correct. I think it was on this day 6 years ago that I actually played the final.
139.
Losing out to the almighty Lisa Ashton, who picked up her third World Championship title on that day.
Not the first and not the last.
Exactly. Just one in between.
100. Kevin Yukar, 70.
Well, Dowling will be hoping he's not the man who finishes last here. He's going to get a poke at double 16.
54. Colin Yukar, 154.
He will most likely come back unless Colin can land a haymaker blow. Not this time.
No, 154 was what he was on last leg too. Did get the 60, missed the 54.
82. Kevin Yukar, 16.
Then Dowling came back for 32, but this time it's 16. Another good sider. Oh,
No score. Colin Yukar, 72.
no. Double to finish, Kevin, double to finish.
No master out here at the Super Series, and so Monk 72. Another one of them. Tees up tops to bring us back level. And this is what he was so good at yesterday. When he had a dart at tops, one dart in hand, he seemed to find a way. What a show of respect that is from Kevin Dowling. We saw this in Group C yesterday. He's almost like a cheerleader for his opponent. He applauds the good darts. He fist bumps after good darts.
That's a nice thing to do, but it can sometimes be a downfall.
Oh, to be nice in this world.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being nice, but as they always say, there's no friends on the oche.
60.
Friends on your way up, friends on the way back, but when you're actually there, you know, you both want to win.
Luckily, I don't have the same rules in the commentary box.
What's that, sorry?
Luckily, I don't have those same rules in the commentary box.
No.
100.
What would Kevin Dowling have learnt from this week and this experience? He's played around
59.
the county scene for a number of years, and first time we've seen him on the TV screens here at the Super Series. What do you think he would have learned about himself and his game?
Well, there's
100.
it's a lot different. I mean, if he's played a lot of county darts, then he's used to playing on a stage and used to playing in front of a crowd, because at county matches you quite often have a crowd there, even if it's just, you know, your own team with so many players in each of the teams. But it's whether he's
60.
actually thinking about there being a TV camera, because that can make a difference, especially if it's not something that you're really accustomed to thinking about, you know, people actually watching you sat in their living room
66.
or, you know, on a phone or tablet or whatever. So yeah, that can be a bit of a difference. I mean, he did have the luxury of only playing Thursday, Friday, and not having to play the whole week, because playing the whole week, all 5 days, can be absolutely draining. Having to keep that level of concentration every day for every game, and because the sessions are quite long, lots of games to be played each day.
99. Kevin Yorker, 82.
But here, a short course sprint in the pool stages, which Dowling needs to find a victory here. He wants to find the double 16 here.
50.
And is not successful in the
Colin
task,
Monk,
as Monk is back for 76 to a breaker throw.
He seems to put those first couple of darts right on the wire outside. Oh, got a dart at tops again.
36.
Wasn't able to
32.
repeat what he did in the last leg.
Game shot on the third leg.
But
Kevin
Dowling can convert the double 16 to open up a 2-1 lead, where Colin Monk had the opportunity to get the breaker throw to put the game in the palm of his own hands.
First. Game on.
But now he throws at the oche trailing.
$100.
Trademark of his game yesterday was the number of 140 visits plus. We haven't actually seen one yet in this game. 5 to 6 as we have a look
100.
at the scoring power pack.
Yeah, quite unusual that there's not been anything of a 140 or greater. When we are into the fourth leg, you'd expect
41.
that there would be.
$54.
Understandably, there's probably some quite, you know, nervy darts going on there as well. I mean, Dowling knows that he needs to win this game, And Monk being is his first game in tonight. So trying to settle himself
80.
in.
Big
100.
last dart that for Kevin Dowling. Keeps tabs with Monk, who has the darts here. Treblers visit, and maybe we could have a new favourite for the leg.
60.
Install new favourite for the leg.
$137.
Well, that was a great last start there from Dowling to leave himself 110. Monk needs 2 trebles here, 2 big trebles here to really get himself back into it.
60.
Not
Kevin
able to
O'Carr,
find him.
110.
He is on a finish. But will he get the chance for it? Oh, that was well close.
Game shot on the fourth
But
flag.
finds the 32
Kevin
of the first
Dowling.
asking. Yeah, nearly busted on that by hitting that 54. It was very close.
And now
We've
has
got
the
Kevin
darts
to throw
for the match.
first.
Remember,
Game on.
Colin Monk had a dart at tots of 3-1 in this game. That's come and gone. His chances could be coming and going. If Dowling wins this leg, it may all
58.
come down to that final game with Kevin Painter, which is match 5 of our evening.
$140.
And there we go. We have a 140.
$81. $100. $97. $95.
That was an unlucky last start there. Left himself on 166, which we're not going to see him finish.
He's good, but not that good.
Yeah,
133.
and that's a great shot there from Dowling. 133 to leave himself 132. So puts him back in the prime seed as the first one to a finish, although with Monk having this throw here, should be able to leave something quite handy. 86 left, should be for the 54.
98. Kevin
Just
O'Carr,
on the wire.
132.
Champagne finish.
No, a long way off there.
Less champagne, more special brew, that one.
Can leave it handy though.
96. Colin O'Carr, 68.
Save the match with Dowling on a double. It's going to get 1 dart at his favoured tops.
28.
And it bends the
Kevin
wire.
O'Carr, 36.
And so Dowling to seal a 4-1 win. And to give himself a win,
Game shot
that
on the
gives
match,
himself
Kevin
a chance
Dowling.
of going through. Kevin Dowling gets the better of Colin Monk by 4 legs to 1. The bounty hunter is still in the race for progression. He gets the better of Monk by 4 legs to 1. And so victory for him there. We're going to continue with Group 2. It's the middle match there when Matt Clark takes on Martin Adams, and that's after this short break.
Welcome back. Well, before the break there, we saw a comprehensive victory for Kevin Dowling. He beat Colin Monk 4-1, and after suffering defeat 4-3 at the hands of Kevin Painter in his first match, that's enough to put Kevin Dowling through. So just to clear that up, Kevin Dowling is indeed through to tonight's semi-finals, and Monk and Painter will battle it out in the last match in Group 1. Monk is going to need a massive win in that one, but more on that later. We're back to Group 2 now, and this time it's Matt Clark who's on his last lifeline. He went down 4-2 in his opening match to Paul Hogan, so he needs to win 4-1 or better to guarantee qualification, but it's a tough task for him. He faces a man who needs no introduction to any darts fan, but here's one anyway. Get ready to watch a three-time world champion, a man who's won more than 120 titles in his long, illustrious career at 66 years of age, still doing it. It is indeed Wolfie, Martin Adams, and he caught up with Henry a little earlier this evening.
Martin, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How did you find Thursday and Friday?
I found it very good, actually. Yeah, I was quite pleased the way my darts went. Had a lot of issues going on back home. Been a bit stressed of late, so yeah, I'm quite pleased with the way it turned out.
I suppose as well, of course, people mention the 101 average, but the consistency of your performances this week have been really good.
Yeah, I've been very happy with it, you know, scoring's been, some of the doubles, you know, a bit iffy as usual, but, you know, we get there in the end, don't we?
And of course, Saturday night in front of a crowd here, this is where you come alive, isn't it, when the big crowds come in and the big moments are?
Well, we hope we come alive, yeah. I mean, it could work the other way, you never know. But no, we enjoy having the crowd, don't we? You know, I mean, it's all part and parcel of the darts and the show, so that's what we want.
And maybe a couple of howls?
I don't know, there might be some howlers in the crowd looking round. Yeah, one or two, I think, maybe.
Well, Martin, we wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's hope he doesn't have a howler this evening. I'm sure he won't. Martin Adams always seems to perform here at the Super Series or wherever he goes. A man who's hit a couple of 9 darters in this event over the last couple of years. He takes on Matt Clark, as I mentioned. He is on his last chance. He needs to win 4-1 or 4-0 to guarantee progression, though could still go through in the event of a 9-dart shootout. If Adams wins, he is through, and he would take Paul Hogan with him before their match later tonight. But first up, it is Clark against Wolfie in the company of Corinne Hammond and Henry Deacon.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Chris. Well, it's always an occasion, isn't it, when Martin Wolfie Adams enters a stage, wherever it is, in whichever part of the world. And it's a pleasure to see him grace the Super Series stage and in front of a vibrant crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on Matt Clark, who, following that defeat in his opening game, means that he's going to have to get a big victory here tonight, 4-1 or better, if he's going to get into the semi-finals. But it's always a treat to see this man on the hockey, Corinne.
Of course it is, and he's just such
Hang on,
a
ladies and
lovely
gentlemen,
guy
first
as well.
leg is Matt to throw
A lot of
first.
time for Wolfie.
Game on.
But he can be mean as up on that hockey. Oh, and Clark's off to a great start here with opening up with the 180. We're on a 9-darter, Henry.
Best get out of the way with it, we. Even Martin enjoyed that.
85.
Shall we? Nah, maybe not this time. Maybe not this time. Okay.
Maybe
But
save it for next leg.
we'll concentrate on the
100.
match now.
Yeah.
$140.
Concentrate on the match you will, because this has been a solid start from the pair.
$85.
He's a man that just commands authority. Just listen to the palpable silence as he comes to the hockey, well, you'll hear them roar if he can find a max. You would have heard them howl if he could have found the max.
Mark your car, 136. $60.
Well,
Martin, your
no
car,
136 check out. Are we
156.
going to see the 156 from Adams here?
It'd be the ultimate irony shot, wouldn't it? Because that was the one that Clark qualified himself through last night.
100. Mark your car, 76.
Now, Glenn Durant calls these types of finishes this and that.
This and that. A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Game shot
And
on
that
the
was
first
this
leg.
and that.
Mark Clark.
Very tidy finish there from Clark. To take this opening leg.
Second leg, Martin to throw first. Game on. $60.
Very high last start there from Adams.
Where does Wolfie wait for you in terms of the all-time legends of the sport?
He'd have to be among them. Absolutely. I think he's played
100.
something like 20, oh, well, I know at least 25. I'm going to say 26, 27, maybe 28 world championships. Like that's that's a lot of going. That's a lot of world championships to play in.
That proud of it. He actually holds a number of world championships. He
135.
plays them on the back of the shirt, as you can see there.
Or was it 26? Yeah. I remember him. I remember the 25th world championship.
100.
But I thought that he'd played a few more after that.
I wish every player put all of their achievements on the back of a shirt. It'd be so much easier for us commentators.
Well, I don't think he'd be able to put all of his achievements on the back of a shirt. I think, what was it that
100.
Murphy mentioned? He's won over 120 different titles in his time. That would be a very full-looking shirt.
Be a bit like, you know, when a band go on tour and they have a T-shirt with all the tour dates on it.
Yeah.
Be an extended version of
100.
that.
Can you imagine?
You'd have to pick some to remove. Imagine being in such a luxurious position as that.
Going, oh, which ones will I put on there?
25.
Well, he has the 3 stars on the back of his shirt for his 3 world championship titles.
$83.
Well, Clark's got the advantage in this leg, left himself on 118. Adam should be able to leave himself something quite handy though. Oh, that's a bit of a wild dart there.
26.
Oh.
Mario
Well, he has left to finish, but it's a big one.
He's handed the initiative here to Clark and then some. This is for a break of throw, remember. Needed the treble there, and so can Wolfie ignite himself with a 155?
94. Mario Kart 155.
He's going to have to because Clark's on 24.
Got the first one. Got the second one. Double 19.
117.
Oh, and right on the wire there. Look,
Mario
he's checking
Kart
to see.
24.
Is this actually in? Have you got this wrong, Paul?
He's going to give that dart a good old telling off. He does like to have a chat with his darts. He shrugs his shoulders,
Game shot on the
and he may
second
shrug
leg.
them a little bit
That's
more.
all.
In fact, you just have a little bit of a smile and go back to the table as Matt Clark opens up a 2-0 lead. He's going to have a little conflab about the leg as well. He
Third
just
leg match
loves
to
it,
third
doesn't
first.
he?
Game on.
He loves this game. generally don't think on stage
85.
there's someone that exudes a sort of enthusiasm for the game quite like Martin Adams does.
Well, he's really a performer, Henry. Like that's, you know, he's so accomplished and so experienced. He's all about being able to perform while he's up there. I mean, obviously he still wants to win every game that he plays
100.
in. That's just the competitive nature, you know, of a dart player. But I think he's you know, more happy to have put on a good show, particularly with having a crowd in, than what he is whether, you know, if he walks away
83.
losing, he'll be like, oh, that was, you know, a bit of a bummer, but is okay with it as long as he's performed well, because he is a born performer.
$100.
There the scene is set at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, and if you want to be a part of this, then every Saturday night you can be here. Tickets free on dartshot.tv.
55.
It's unique in every way, this Live Lounge. Nothing unique about this for Martin Adams. It's familiarly
140.
good.
He's holding the advantage in this leg, which if he's able to convert it, will give him a break of throw.
100. Matthew Carr, 161.
He's got 6 darts from here, so doesn't need to take out the 161.
$97.
I wonder if he would have gone for the bull if he had hit that 51. Probably, because he's a performer.
It's Martin Adams.
Yeah. Oh, and Clark's putting the pressure on here.
124.
Oh, missed the big number,
Matthew
though.
Carr, 64.
Only going to get the 1 dart at a double now. Tops. And he only needed
In
1.
shot on the third leg, Martin Adams.
There he is with his first leg on the board, which is a breaker throw. But as we say, Henry, a break's only a break if you can hold.
Fourth leg, Martin to throw first. Game on.
Still waiting for the first sizable howl of the night from the crowd.
$60. $100.
Well, we were talking at the beginning of the match about how Shane Clark needed to win this 4-1 or better. Adams has got that leg now, so he can't afford to let him get another one.
85.
And I'm sure he actually knows it this time around.
You'd like to think that he knows about it. Clark would go through with a 4-1 or better.
140.
That's the scenario. Martin Adams would go through with a victory by any margin. Meanwhile, our next
83.
game will be the end of Group 1, where Kevin Dowling is through because of the margin of victory against Colin Monk. He needs a 4-1 or better victory now, Monk, because of the size of that defeat. Any other outcome, Kevin Painter is through. So
44.
Colin Monk can only afford to lose 1 leg in that next match.
It's where it all gets confusing with the leg count backs and permutations and this and that and whatever. Let's just concentrate on the game at hand for the minute, Henry.
Yeah, that notepad might be filled up over the next couple of minutes.
44. Martin McCarr, 133.
I'm assuming that a 4-2 or 4-3 victory for Clark doesn't mean that he's not going to get through, but it's going to make it dependent upon
47.
the outcome of the Adams and Hogan game. That's confused you. You're not quite sure.
I'll be honest, I struggle to put my right foot in front of my left foot, so.
Martin McCarr, 86.
86 for Adams. We do have a brilliant team here who give us all the calculations. So the treble there for Martin Adams means he's going to get 2 darts at double 16. He only needs the 1.
Martin Adams.
So automatically qualifying through this game is no longer a possibility for Matt Clark. He's now just got to try and reel off 2 more legs.
First, game on. $82.
What would happen in Group 2 here is Paul Hogan's on 2 points plus 2 legs difference. Matt Clark wins this game. He would be on 2 points, but a 0 legs difference, which would mean that Paul Hogan would be going out to bat for Matt Clark in that final game against Martin Adams.
100.
It will clear everything up as the permutations become clear, because obviously we're talking mid-match. We don't know what the outcome of this particular game is going to be.
Yeah, let's just wait till it's finished and then we can work it all out. Because right now it's 2 apiece. Adams does seem to have the advantage in the leg.
And it's a cracking game of darts. The averages are as follows. Clark just under 90. Wolfie just kind of doing what he's done all week, averaging mid-90s.
I think it's the pace of both of the players that make it seem like it's not as high quality match, because they are both quite, I guess, you know, not slow as in, I mean, I've seen much slower players.
100.
Oh, and there he goes with his first 180 of the match. I was going to say second, but that was Clark who had the first one. Yeah, they're both quite, you know, conscious. That's
81. Martin O'Connor, 56.
Can't think of the word. Can't find the word I'm thinking of, Henry.
Can't spake.
Yeah, I can't spake.
Well, you'll be hearing some howls if Adams can nail this tops.
Game shot on the fifth
A break of throw, and Martin Adams averaging 97.74, goes within a leg of the match, goes within a leg of the win.
Six leg Martin.
Clark had led this game 2-1, remember. But it is Wolfie who has the throw for the win. Incidentally, Wolfie's 180 was the 150th we've had this week.
Was it really?
I know how much you've missed the stats.
I was wondering how
45.
long it would be until you started spurting those out, Henry. How many double sevens have we had hit this week? Do you know that off the top of your head?
Google, Google, Google.
I know one's been hit tonight. Didn't want double seven, but hit it anyway.
Wait till you come back for a daytime session when we have the tungsten teaser.
The tungsten teaser. Tungsten teasers, tungsten tussles, tungsten trapdoors. Well, what else is there?
Tungsten time.
Tungsten time.
85.
I remember the good old days when we just stuck with darting drama. That was enough.
Which is what's being served up here, ironically enough.
Want some darting
96.
drama. Well, it's drama for Matt Clark at the minute because he, you know, as we've talked about, he was hoping for a 4-1 or better victory. That's definitely not going to happen. The best victory he can hope for now is a 4-3. Although Adams is
100.
looking likely to close out the match 4-2. But a 2-treble visit here from Clark will get him straight back into this leg. I think he's been listening to me.
140.
Heard what I said.
I think he was right to.
Yeah.
Clark could have the darts and the decider, but here comes Wolfie.
100.
Oh, he said, I'll see your 2-treble visit and I'll raise you for a 180. Put himself in the prime position now, 91 after 12. All Clark can do is put some pressure on this shot.
100. Martin Yuka,
This has
91.
been vintage Martin Adams, an average of 98.41. 91 after 12 for the match. It goes the bullseye route first.
Yeah, good thinking there. Back for the ball. Oh.
66. Martin Yuka, 106.
Is he going to get a chance to come back for the 25, or is Clark going to take us to a decider with a 106? Going to have to go the 54. Oh, and gets it. One dart at 32. Oh, and you can hear the come on from Clark. That was a great finish there under some pressure. Brings us to a deciding leg because that was also a break of throw. Oh, and even Wolfie's having a bit of a laugh about it.
7th and final leg match to throw first. Game on. Thank you.
I think he's having the best time of anyone here tonight.
Of course he is. He's Martin Adams.
So, group scenario is as follows. Paul Hogan, 2 points plus 2.
62.
Martin Adams, if he was to win this leg, would move on to 2 points plus 1. Matt Clark would move on to 2 points minus 1 with a win. That would actually put both players level on legs difference.
47.
Seems fitting that Clark would have another 7-leg tungsten tussle. Had quite a few of them already this week.
60.
Martin Adams wins this leg. He would go through. It's as simple as that. It's
60. Thank
all or
you.
nothing now for Clark.
$45.
Seen a few wayward darts from Adams sneak in on this last leg.
$137.
A great shot there from Clark. Doesn't leave himself on a finish. However, he is on 182, which means he'll be back to leave himself something quite handy, you would think.
140.
Adams is still hanging in there. Not far behind on 209. But you'd like to think that Clark will be the first one having the darts at a finish.
60.
You'd expect heaps of pressure on this 1-2-2.
Oh.
Has to switch, hasn't he?
39. Mario
I
Kart
thought for a second there
122.
he was going to throw for another 20, which would have left him 168, which we all know you can't finish on. Oh, didn't want that either. Those single numbers, Henry.
Covers it okay, though. Half the score.
Yeah, left
Well,
himself 16.
106. Mario Kart
Fixed it up
170.
very well.
He's never taken this out of the Super Series. He's not
Oh.
going to take it out now.
No,
And so
it's
Clark.
Not going to start now. So Clark will be back with 3 darts in hand for 16 and to get himself over the line with a 4-3.
134. Mario
win.
Kart 16.
Big moment. Big dart.
Game shot.
And a big double for Matt Clark as he gets the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 3. It means in the context of the group he moves on to 2 points minus 1. He's played his 2 allotted games. Wolfie on minus 1, 0 points, but he's got Paul Hogan to come. And so Paul Hogan will be into bat for Matt Clark, who gets the better of Wolfie by 4 legs to 3, despite the 94 average from Adams. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's Monk v Painter. It's round 5 for the night.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where this meeting between Colin Monk and Kevin Painter determines who will join Kevin Dowling in qualifying for the semi-finals from Group 1. Having lost 4-1 to Dowling, Monk would need to defeat Painter by at least the same margin, the artist needing just 2 legs to qualify. To talk you through this one, back to Henry and Corinne.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. So the final game of Group 1 sees Colin Monk take on Kevin Painter. So this the scenario in Group 1. Any win for Kevin Painter, it will be Painter first and Dowling second. A Monk 4-0
Game on.
or 4-1. It will be Dowling first and Monk second. 4-2 or 4-3 in Monk's favour. It is Dowling first and Painter second.
140.
Let's wait till we get to the end of the match and work it all out then, Henry.
Should have bought that abacus that I got for Christmas.
You should have, yes.
$95. 40. 45.
I was just about to say an opportunity for Painter to get himself back in this leg, but then his first start was a 5.
Almost like 2 boxers feeling each other out. It's exchanging blows early on.
100.
With 100 there. Monk's first down to a finish, and he'll come back for the 1-2-1. Needs a treble.
58. Colin
Not
Monk,
able to find one, so
121.
Monk's got 6 starts from here. So 60. Goes to 25 for 36. Or
103.
not able to find it, but he'll be back for the 18.
$95. Colin Monk, 18.
Double 4.
Game
And
shot on the
finds
first
it
leg. Colin Monk.
to take this first leg and a hold of throw for Colin Monk.
Well, he needs
Second leg,
a
Kevin,
big
you
win.
through first.
Well, that is
Game
the first step on the journey. Needs 4-0 or 4-1 to go
on.
through.
125.
As opposed to a player as well, it must be an awkward situation because you're so used to just trying to win and just win and not worry about
100.
leg play scenarios and I need this or I need that and things along those lines.
Yeah, usually it's just a matter of if I win, I'm through. I keep playing.
60.
Not worried about what the leg differences are.
$140.
He's certainly come out playing a lot better in this second match than what he did his first one against Kevin Dowling.
60.
He's already equaled his performance from that match, having won this first leg. He lost that match 4-1.
40. $55.
Oh, wrong side of the wire for the treble there. could feel that might be a bit of a missed opportunity for Painter, because if Monk's able to find himself a treble or even 3 fat 20s here, and he'll be on a finish.
60.
Which he does, 161.
And Monk is playing like a man with urgency.
That knows
45.
he needs to win.
Colin Monk,
And win big.
161.
Doesn't want to be faffing around. Just want to get on and off the stage. Or on and off the stage. He can carry on the stage if he wins big.
65. Colin Monk, 156.
Oh, another of those.
140.
Just fell short, but able
Colin
to climb it
Monk,
with the third
96.
one. There's a bit of pressure on this 96 for Monk.
Double, double.
76.
Oh, fell short with the
Colin Monk,
tops.
16.
Oh, this would put him on the point of no return, Colin Monk.
Game
Welcome to the
leg.
last chance
Kevin
saloon.
Painter. Thank you.
And so, the scenario is this.
So they're calling you through first. Game on.
I hope you got the pen and paper ready.
Oh, I'm ready to write it down.
Because one more leg for Painter
121.
would see him through. If Colin Monk won the game 4-2 or 4-3, Painter would go through second. If Painter wins, he'd go through top of the table. Kevin Dowling could just sit back and relax, really. Only a Kevin Painter win stops Dowling from topping the table.
66. 39. 140.
A good 140 there from Monk.
125.
And a good recovery there from Painter after that wayward middle dart. Should see him switch to the 54. And finds it.
134.
Left himself tops.
To get himself one of the three that he needs.
99. Colin Monk, 40.
Tops of Monk.
Has to recompose there.
Yeah, completely accidental.
Game shot on the third
That
leg.
happens
Colin
sometimes.
Monk.
That's a 13 dart leg. That happens sometimes as well with Colin Monk. That happens all too frequently these days. He leads 2-1. Needs two more.
Forfeit
Without a
Kevin, you
paint
through
to
first.
reply.
Game on. $60.
And a 60 start with the Painter darts opens a door of opportunity for Monk.
$60.
If Monk takes this one, then
58.
we've got an almightily tense leg in the next.
Oh, absolutely. We'll be seeing some darting drama.
Not tungsten tension.
No, darting drama. There's too much tungsten going on.
85.
You can feel it on stage as well.
They both definitely know
58.
what's at stake here and what the outcomes will be based upon differing score lines.
And it'd be naive
45.
not to in this scenario.
Yeah.
100.
Needs this really to get back in the leg.
99.
Advantage Painter. Basically 6 on 225. That's not a good start though. Well, that's some kind of recovery.
83.
Two treble visit needed here for Monk, and if he does, then he's the favourite for the leg, you feel.
There's the first.
$81. Kevin, your car,
Only managed the one.
142.
I sort of expected more, though, after that first start, Colin Monk.
Oh, it's gone the two treble 17s route there. Should have stuck with the 60 because look where that one's gone, straight in the middle. Left himself 79 now.
$82. Coming your car,
Tidies it up to leave
131.
60. Oh, 131. Oh, not going to happen.
Another slip, isn't it, in the single one? And this could be the moment.
81. Kevin, your car, 60.
This could be it for Kev. This could see it through. If you can make it 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth
Yes,
leg.
he will.
Kevin Painter.
Colin Monk had to win 4-1 or better. That cannot be done now. And so, we now look at the winning of the group scenario. Monk 4-2 or 4-3 means Dowling first, Painter second. If Painter goes on to win this match from here, he'll win the group. And Kevin Dowling will be
85.
second. Now, the advantages there is the winner of the group will throw first in their semi-final. The runner-up will have the darts second in the
98.
crucially defined odd-numbered legs.
$100. $43. $135. $81.
I can feel this going too. All 7 legs, Henry.
You're feeling tungsten tension, Corinne.
145.
That was a great darts there from Monk. Leave himself 36. So you'd like to think he's going to go he's going to go 3-2 up after this leg. And then Painter will have the darts in the next
44.
leg.
Coming your car, 36.
Would have been for his second 13 dart of the match. Sorry, Corinne.
15
Game
will
shot
do
on the
though.
fifth leg. Colin Monk. Sixth leg, Kevin, you through first. Game on.
And for Colin now, if he knows it's no, which it feels like he does, it's now playing for pride, isn't it? That match that no player wants to hear.
125. $60.
You'd have to feel for him though if he goes on to win this leg and win the match 4-2 that he's only missed out by 1 leg.
15. 45.
The cries of "Come on, Kev" from his support club, which you can see to the right-hand corner of the crowd.
$60.
Colin Monk having a conflab there with someone. Actually chatting a game of darts.
Seems that the trebles have gone missing for both of them at the minute.
85.
Oh, there we go. Found one.
Well, that's all the trebles.
Again, they've been listening to me. What a perfect time to hit a 180, though.
The rule of thumb.
Kevin Newcar, 121.
Listen to Corinne Hammond. She knows her stuff.
Well, he's got 6 starts here. No pressure to take out the 1-2-1. With Monk back on
52.
266. Left himself 69.
$98.
Oh,
Kevin
again, he's
Newcar,
not left
69.
himself a finish, so still 6 starts from here.
2 12s.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And guess where we're
There we
going?
I know, see? I should be a fortune teller, Henry.
Please don't tell my fortune. I don't want to know.
There is no fortune in your future, Henry. That's what I'll tell you.
Thank you, Corinne. I've had a really good night.
60.
Shall I get the car and leave now?
No, no, no. You can't leave just yet. Not until that last dart is thrown. You don't want to be missing out on any tungsten tussles and darting dramas and tungsten
43.
tensions and see who gets out the tungsten trapdoor.
But who's going to pick up the tungsten trophy?
It's a tungsten check, isn't it? Should be a tungsten check. That would be funny, wouldn't it?
85. $46.
Well, Painter here, he knows he's going to be into the semi-finals, but you don't want to go in the semi-finals on the back of a defeat.
No. It's not good for the soul.
60.
And I suppose it'd also give the opponent, whoever you play in that semi-final, that confidence of, well, he's been beaten once tonight. I can fancy the job second time round.
$140.
Excellent visit by Monk. 140 leads and 156 for the match. I suppose it would be an irony because Matt Clark got a 156 against Monk, which sent him through. So perhaps as a parting gift to the Super Series, and he's going to get the luxury of time, that he waves goodbye to us with a shot of similar distinction.
$45.
Maybe he can come back for a 111 instead.
Then Nelson.
$125. Colin Carr, 111.
It's not a foregone conclusion that Colin Monk's going to find the double in this leg because Painter's on a finish. He's on a 145.
That's a great last start there from Monk to leave himself 32. Oh, got the first one. Got the second one. Oh, and just narrowly missed the third one.
Colin Carr, 32.
Great to see. Great camaraderie between the players. Can Monk find this 32? The sign off with something at least to smile about, and that is exactly what Colin Monk does. He gets the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3. And so Monk with a 4-3 success against the artist. That's the conclusion of Group 1. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's Group 2 and the conclusion of that, when Martin Wolfie Adams takes on Paul Hogan.
You rejoin us here at the MODUS Super Series ahead of the final group game with the two Kevins, Painter and Dowling, through to the semi-finals from Group 1. This next match will decide which two from the three in Group 2 will join them in the Final Four. It's Matt Clark who has to watch backstage. Well, if you're listening, Matt, you need Paul Hogan to beat Martin Adams, or Adams to win 4-1 or 4-0. Adams is out if he loses. Hogan needs just 2 legs to secure progression. Now you're in the picture. Let's sit back and let the drama unfold as described by Corin Hammond and Henry Deacon.
Now Chris has done that. We can sit back, relax and enjoy the action, although these two will not be able to enjoy it. They will be put through it, shall we say.
Having a bit of a tungsten tussle, Henry. That's what they'll be doing.
Who do you think's going to win this tungsten tussle?
You'd have to favour Adams, wouldn't you? The performance in his first game was of a much better standard than what Hoagie's first game was, although there were quite a few missed doubles in Hogan's
Thank you,
match
ladies and gentlemen.
against Clark.
First leg,
So
Martin to throw first. Game on.
Well, Adams has had the highest average of the night, but yet it was in a losing cause.
sometimes that's just the way it goes.
85. $100. $100.
I'd also favour Adams for this match because we've seen all of our previous 5 games in these group stages
60.
have been won by those who had the darts in the first leg. Whether that's been a 4-3, 4-2 or 4-1 scoreline.
Just showing the power of the darts tonight. And it's interesting because we do sometimes
60.
see these trends and patterns. Sometimes with a break of throw as well.
$140.
Hogan stealing the march in the opening leg, 140 there. Keeps him right in contention. It pretty much depends on this visit from Adams as to how he squares up in this leg. And with that 2-treble visit, he finds himself chasing. Another.
76.
Well, I was going to say he got rid of the 1, but he went and put a 5 back on it.
And the World Seniors is coming up. He put in an exhibition of ton plus finishing there last year.
76.
He couldn't add to the highlight reel here, though, this time. Hogan, 125. Treble 20. Would have left tops, but that's another 5.
49.
That was a long way off the treble 20.
Matthew McCarr, 40. No score.
Oh, not able to
Paul
find
McCarr,
it.
76.
Gives Hogan a chance here on the 76. He's got 2 darts at double 8. And he's able to find it with the third one. And he draws first blood in this match.
Now, you were talking about the power of the darts. Well, that was a break of throw in the opener by Paul Hogan.
Second leg, Paul to throw first. Game on.
And it was a leg that kind of toed and froed, really, didn't it, for the vast majority. Adams thought he pulled himself away when he was first to a finish, but he couldn't convert from 116.
Oh, had 4 darts at a double there. That could prove costly for him.
140.
Well, he couldn't convert 116 from 3 turns.
100.
And Hogan with those sorts of finishes, you know, those 70, 80, 90, pop, pop kind of combinations is where he's been so ruthless over the years.
100.
Well, and that's what you need to do. You need to take those opportunities when they're given to you.
68. $140.
Adams first to a finish here on the 1-2-1. Looking for our
Matthew
second
Carr,
break of throw
121.
for this match. Not going to happen now with that first start.
$85.
Well, he's left himself
Paul McCarr,
36.
108.
So what can Hogan do about this 108? Oh, 96. Couldn't find the treble.
92. Martin Carr, 36.
Oh, just inside. Over for the double 9. Oh, missed that one too.
Paul Carr, 16.
That's 7 missed darts at doubles we've seen from Wolfie so far in this match.
Game shot on the second
Both
leg.
times, Hogan punishes. Both times, he punishes on double 8 to open up a 2-0 lead.
Third leg. Martin to throw first. Game on.
Paul 4, he was the one throwing first. Luckily, both players saw the light side of it.
$45. $140.
Some good openers there from Hoagie.
$39.
Oh, Adams could be finding himself in a little bit of trouble here. Hasn't had the greatest of starts for this third leg. Already 2-0 down.
99.
Doesn't want to get in a position where he's 3-0 down because that's an almighty feat to come back from that.
And Matt Clark would be purring in the practice room. And he went for Paul Hogan. I mean, Hogan would top the group and Matt Clark would go through as the player in second place. And he went from here for Martinez because he's dropped 2 legs. 4-2 would mean Adams would qualify top and Hogan second. A 4-3 would mean Hogan would be top and Adams would go through as the second place player. So Adams has to win to go through, and it would knock Clark out. Paul Hogan's got the allotted legs needed to seal progression through to the semi-finals. He can relax now.
I don't think he's going to, though, by the look of it. Or maybe he has.
$81. Paul Carr, 94.
$76 left. Not able to find the treble.
58. Matthew Carr, 96.
But left himself a handy 36.
Tends to keep him in the competition to a certain extent.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's a
Martin
clutch
Adams.
96 for Martin Adams. Keeps him in it. It's 2-1, but it's Hogan with the darts to pull 2 legs clear.
Fourth leg, Paul to throw first. Game on.
What will Matt Clark be going through right
85.
now?
Well, he'd have to be cheering Hoagie on, wouldn't he?
Of course, I know that, but backstage, what sort of mental turmoil will you go through?
Well, I don't think there'd be
100.
much mental turmoil at the moment, but he is probably intently watching. The terrible position to be in, to be relying on the
100.
outcome of other matches to determine, you know, whether you're in or whether you're out.
Could say he's in tungsten turmoil.
Well, yes, he probably is in tungsten turmoil, Henry.
100.
Oh, now we have the first 180 of the match from Wolfie. Oh, I'm sure there was some what appeared to be half howls
100.
there.
They didn't know whether to howl or not, so they were half committed to the cause. Both these players fully committed to the cause. Adams needing the win for his cause. That's not going to help the cause.
$68.
Oh, I think he was a bit undecided whether to go the 51s or 57 there, and ended up in the middle in a 3. And that's a perfect setup shot from Wolfie there. It's going to take something special from Hogan with the 148 here. Not going to happen. So Adams is going to have the opportunity to level up this match at 2 apiece.
40.
Down for double 10. Oh, right inside the wire. Back up for 5s.
35.
Oh,
Follow car 48.
and split it. Another opportunity for Hoagie here.
Tops for 3-1 and to dangle the hopes of Martin Adams by a thread, but 2 big darts have come and gone. And so Adams comes back for the 5, for the break back for 2-2. Madhouse, biggest start of his week.
3. Follow car 40.
Oh, that was like it flew straight out of his hand there. And again, Hogan gets some more opportunities.
Game shot of the
Makes no
flag.
mistake with it to
Paul
take the
Hogan.
3-1 lead. You feel like actually all the 3 legs that Hogan's won have been as a result of Wolfie's missed starts and giving him
Fifth
the
leg Martin
opportunity
to throw first.
to
Game
have
on.
those darts at doubles.
1 from 13, Martin Adams. And there's a scenario towards the end result where some players can win the game, but other players could ultimately lose the game. And that leg has actually won Paul Hogan the group.
60.
That was the significance of that moment. But players can win games and players can lose games. It feels like if this one goes dry for Adams, that it'd be those missed doubles, it'd be the downfall. But Hogan kicks off the leg with a max.
$60.
He may want to finish in style. He may want to give us a fanfare. Not quite.
Not to be. But there was only a wire in it.
$60. $100.
Oh, this is a great leg from Hogan on 81 after 9. Wolfie all the way back on 3-2-1, which was what Hogs was on after 3 darts.
Well, this is probably the end of the road this week for Martin Wolfie Adams. It's always a pleasure to have him here, but Paul Hogan, if he can convert this 81, will not just win himself the match, but will win Matt Clark a place in the Final 4.
What was he thinking there? I have no idea. Maybe he thought he had 56 left. It was 66.
27.
Oh, he's made a right old mess of that 81, but plenty of time. He'll be back for the 54.
$60. Polo car 54.
Double 18 for the match.
Game shot
For Paul Hogan, it wins him the group. A good performance from him. Matt Clark will also progress through Group 2, and Paul Hogan a 4-1 victor over Martin Adams with an average of 89.24. Adams salutes the crowd as he departs the stage. We're going to take a short break. Corinne Hammond's going to make her way up to the balcony to assess the group stage matches, and then it will be semi-final time. Join us shortly.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Welcome back. We're going to look ahead to the semi-finals here at the Super Series tonight in a moment. But before we do that, Corinne and I are going to cast our eye over the checkout of the week.
Are we?
Against Kevin Dowling, a brilliant 1-5-1 finish earlier in the week. And Dowling in action tonight. He's been decent, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has been. I mean, they've all 6 of the players have played some good stuff, and they've played some, you know, not so good stuff.
Now this one, Matt Clark, he took out a 1-5-6. This was to stay in the tournament, and again, he's still in. He had to win 4-0, and he had to take out this 1-5-6. Surely we're going to choose that one.
Well, as I was saying to Henry before, I don't know whether he knew he needed to win 4-0
I hope he knew he still had a chance tonight, because he actually wasn't playing in that last match. He might have left. Mike Symes, though, a debutant this week, taking out the 164 against Matt Clark. And Gary Stafford, another debutant, took out a lovely 141 when he beat Kevin Dowling. But my favourite checkout of the week is this one coming up now from Kevin Painter. I think this just sparked the week he's had. A brilliant 1-2-9 to stay in a match against Matt Clark, bedding the ball, dead centre, went on to win the game, went on to win Group A. And he's still going tonight. So a lot of those players in action, but those kind of finishers can spark your week, can't they? And if you want to get involved, tweet us at MSS Darts, tell us which is your favourite, and we'll announce the best checkout before the final. Corinne, which was your favourite?
I think the Kevin Painter one, as you said, it was to stay in the match, which he then went on to win. So, you know, that takes some resilience and some guts to be able to do that. So, yeah, that's my favourite.
Yeah, I think Henry's actually standing by in commentary as well. Henry, do you have a favourite?
I think when you look at the context of everything, it's got to be that 156 for Matt Clark. Even though he didn't know the context, which is perhaps the ironic thing about it, to do that, having to win 4-0, to go through, otherwise you're out, that takes some bottle. But the weird thing about it is he didn't even know that he had to do that to go through. But who are we to judge, Murph? I think we should leave it to those on social media to decide.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say that Corinne's right, because she agreed with me. So, yeah, Kevin Painter's 1-2-9 for me. But do get involved at MSS Darts. Right, the semi-final's about to start. Hogan against Painter coming up. At first, Dowling against Clark. You said Hogan at the start of the night. Are you staying with that pick?
I am staying with him. I mean, he's the only one of them that's won both of his matches already tonight, so he's in winning form. But, I mean, he's going to have a tough match against Painter. But, yeah, like I said, I wouldn't discount him.
And Matt Clark, as we saw with that checkout there, and tonight sitting in the practice room waiting for the right result. Surely he's used all of his 9 lives this week now.
Yeah, you would think so, yes, definitely.
Matt Clark on the stage. He's going to take on Kevin Dowling. He came back from a defeat in his first match and then got a heavy win in his second. We saw that a lot last week. Just shows that you're not out of it until you're out of it.
No, I know, and that's the great thing about this. Well, it can be a great thing and can be a terrible thing as well, because you know it's you lose a match and you're still in there with an opportunity, but it's terrible when you know you've played your games and you're waiting on the outcome of another game to decide your fate, so to speak. So, yeah, I mean the 4 of them are there now. All they've got to do is win one more game, get themselves to the final, and then one more job to do.
Sounds easy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, let's get the semi-finals underway. The first one is Kevin Dowling against Matt Clark, and Corinne's going to guide you through it in the company of Henry Deacon.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. Well, it is knockout darts from here. 2 wins and you are in to Champions Week. Kevin Dowling could do it on debut. The 57-year-old from Coventry, who's previously made the last 32 of the World Masters. Matt Clark, a player who's been around for a number of years. He was actually a seeded player when Colin Monk won his World Masters title back in 1996. That's how long he has been at the top end of the game for. These are 2 of the final 4. Paul Hogan and Kevin Painter will play in the second semi-final, but all eyes are on these 2 here. This is their first meeting of the week. Kev Dowling entered Group C on Thursday and Friday. Matt Clark's been here throughout the duration of the week and then dropped into Group B following the end of the first 3 days' play. And so Paul Hogan invites Kev Dowling to the hockey, as by virtue of winning the group, he has the advantage of throw in the semi-finals. Just a reminder how it then works from here on in. The winner of the groups will throw first in their respective semi-finals, but then when it comes to the final, it will be a straight bull-off in the practice room to decide and dictate who will throw first in the final, because a game of such significance deserves that kind of sporting outcome. But talking about outcomes, how do you see the outcome of this first semi-final?
Oh, actually, I don't think I've really decided on a winner as yet. Kind of put me on the spot here. We were saying that I think Matt Clark's probably used up all 9 of his lives so far. Yeah, but actually, I do quite fancy him for this game, to be honest.
60.
The odds compilers, of course, as always, having a look at
60.
things. And if you were looking at a favourite for the night from here on in, who would you say?
Well, I mean, I'd have to say Hoagie because I picked him at the start of the night to be in the final, so I can't really sway from that now, can I?
Well, we had one top tipster with
95.
Matthew Edgar here on Monday to Friday. Well, we've just subbed one top tipster out for another in Corinne Hammond, who the last time she was sat in a commentary box here of the Super Series said Robert Wickwood would make the final, and he duly did just that.
He did do that too, and actually before that was Champions Week, and I did say at the start of the night that I thought Conan was going to win, and he did.
Maximum for Dowling, Clark 142. Not going to go this time. And so Dowling returns for the double 18.
56. Kevin Yorkar, 36.
For the opening leg. Inside 6 visits. Inside 6 visits it is for Kevin Dowling. He leads by a leg to 0 against Matt Clark.
Second leg match.
And the motivation seems to also pass on to the crowd, thanking them for their cheers and support. Just a lovely man.
41.
And even better, he's also come tonight colour coordinated with the set.
134.
We're actually seeing side on here the players' actions, the players' throw.
100.
Got a very loopy throw there, Clark. Really throws his wrist over at the end of his release point there.
140.
Have a look at Dowling's action when he returns back to the oki.
100.
Yeah, his forearm follows all the way through.
$60.
More of a standard technique there that Dowling's got.
In terms of release, is that the sort of action that could be perhaps prone to a bit more of a snatch every now and then?
Oh, don't ask me, Henry. I'm not a dart coach. I don't know those things.
40. Kevin Yorkar, 167.
I love the honesty, Corinne.
Yeah. Save that for the professional dart coaches. I'm not one of those.
Well, we've got Mr. Durrant here next week.
85.
Ah, yes. He is back. And I'm also back next Saturday night. So looking forward to spending some time in the comms box with Duzza.
PS2 up on the balcony.
Oh, you better be careful, Henry.
Kevin Yorkar, 82.
82 for a breaker throw and a 2-0 lead in this semi-final.
Topsy once.
42.
Wasn't able to find it. So Clark with the opportunity to get his first leg on the board for this semi-final with 80. Made it hard for himself now. Able to find the 57, double 11.
58.
Not able to
Kevin
get that
Yorkar,
double
40.
either. So Dowling is back for the 40.
Game shot on the second leg.
There
Kevin
is the break
Dowling.
for Kevin Dowling. Clark had a dart to level us up. But Dowling may be prowling towards the final here. He's at the halfway house. He leads 2-0.
You through first. Game on.
Did you just come up with that one? Dowling might be prowling.
It's not my proudest work, I've got to be honest.
Make him sound like a cat burglar.
83.
Oh, Lord. You can tell it's getting to the early hours of the morning. Apologies to those of you listening at home.
Don't apologise for that, though.
No, I was just apologising for you, Henry.
Yeah, you have to do that a lot around here, don't you?
Yeah. Well, a 9 data would
60.
certainly perk up these early hours of the morning, wouldn't they? Not to be.
Maybe someone's going to win the night on a 9.
81.
I think that's a little bit too much to ask.
$60.
Well, Clark here has wrestled the darts away from Dowling in this third leg.
43.
But as soon as he's wrestled it back, he said, come on then, mate, let's tap out again.
Yeah, 2 trebles here from Dowling. I'll put him in the box seat. And he's able to do it. So he'll get first look at a finish on 158, although you would expect Clark would leave him on himself something considerably easier than a 158.
97. Kevin Newcar,
Oh, an even ton.
158.
Another one of them. Would have left double 19, and so Clark for the break.
98. Mark Newcar,
To bring it
100.
back on throw, needs a ton.
Anything but a 1 for a first start, and he's still in with a chance. Good sider for the treble 20, and he's there, down for double 10. And there he is.
Shot on the third leg. Mark Clark.
With his first leg of the match, giving each other a fist pump. That was also, importantly, a break of throw.
It's wrestled back what he lost in the previous leg, so back on throw we go.
$41.
Importantly, Dowling was waiting on 60 there
60.
to open up a 3-0 lead.
Not to be, though. Now it's 2-1. And Clark's looking to make this 2-all.
100.
He's only 360 points away from it.
And how often do we see in this Super Series format, a best of 7, how someone can make a
45.
mid-match move in legs 3 and legs 4, and how that can dictate the tempo of the game in the end?
It happens quite a lot, Henry, and I'm surprised that you can't just rattle off to me off the top of your head the stats on that.
95.
I'd go back through the notebook again.
Yeah.
It's happened 1,200.
Probably not far off it. Looking for a 57 here to leave himself a 170 finish.
57.
Not able to find it. Has a bit of time on his side, though, with Dowling back on 336. However, I was going to say, a maximum here would upset the apple cart, but not to
41.
Spent too much time with me in the commentary box, Corinne. Upset the apple cart.
Yeah, I know. God, boy, has my life become.
You once played in a World Championship final. Now you find your Saturday night sat next to me.
140.
Well, Clark here, 68 for a level game. Dowling was left poised on 60 for a 3-0 lead. Clark took out a ton finish on the button.
100. Mario Kart 68.
And now has 6 darts and 68 to level this semi-final up at 2-2. And so 48 left. Had options, decided to go 8 for tops.
Thank you. $48.
It's not significant because he will return. However, what Dowling's objective would have been with this visit was to apply as much pressure as he possibly
92.
and conceivably could have
Mario
done.
Kart 20.
And so Clark returns for double 10. The shout of "Come on, Dad" from the back of the auditorium. One left.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And how many times this week has Matt Clark found something with the final dart?
How many times?
A lot of times.
Oh, you don't even know the stats on
Fifth
that
leg, Kevin,
either,
you throw
Henry.
first.
I'm
Game-
really disappointed here with your stats knowledge tonight.
$140.
This is a crucial leg. The
100.
fifth leg in a match where it's already 2-all is that crucial leg, because the winner of it then only one away from winning the match.
96.
Dowling has the advantage as he was first to throw, but it's about what he does with that opportunity.
And it's a sort of leg
44.
where one triple visits may just suffice, just because of the nervous energy that will be coursing through the two players.
Oh, he's not even looking to go downstairs for the 19s combination for a
100.
95. So, now he's left himself on 165. It's a bogey number in terms of being able to finish. Does seem like he has a bit of time, though.
$99.
He's still sticking with the 20s.
59.
Couple of trebles from Clark here would make life interesting indeed.
Yeah, it absolutely would.
$134.
And
Kevin
it
O'Connor,
does.
106.
Definitely some pressure on the 106 now. Over to 54. Oh, no, he wasn't even doing that. Well, I mean, to be
50.
fair, it was a good
Mario
slider for the treble 20.
124.
That's when you know he was feeling some pressure on the 106 to stay there. Well, surely he's going for the 54. Has to. Not quite able to get it. Leaves himself 86. We're still going to probably take another dart at that 54.
92.
Finds at
Kevin
that
O'Connor,
time.
56.
And so Dowling, to go within a leg of the final, wants tops.
Game
Gets
shot on the
tops.
fifth leg. Kevin Dowling.
And the Davidson Dowling is a leg away from the red carpet occasion, the final of the week. And if Clark is to progress through, he's going to have to do something which,
Game on.
in fairness, he's done all week, and that's win a game 4-3. Perhaps ironic that he needs to take us all the way.
140.
But when it's come to the clutch, when it's come to an important moment, Matt Clark somehow finds a way to come up with an answer.
100.
Well, he seems to have done so far this week. But as we were saying, has his 9 lives run out?
$100.
That's actually quite amusing considering that you called Kevin Dowling. Dowling was prowling, and I said that makes him more like a cat burglar, and now we're talking about 9 lives. Oh, God. It's 1 a.m.
100.
Well, even for Superman Matt Clark, not every single superhero can win every single battle.
Matt's last score was 100,
they're just
not 140.
double checking a score here. Mind you that coming up after this, we're going to see Paul Hogan up against Kevin Painter in the second of our semi-finals. And then, of course, the finale, which is worth £5,000 for the winner. And a place at Champions Week.
It's hard to believe that Champions Week is only a couple of weeks away now, Henry. It doesn't feel like that long ago that we were doing our last Champions Week. Certainly not 10 weeks ago anyway.
When Conan reigned under the confetti.
That he did.
45. Mario Kart 126.
Wow, Clark doesn't need to take the bull route here. He's got 6 starts from the 126.
$54.
I went for the treble 16 there to leave him tops. Instead, it's left with 72. Oh, another one of those. Oh,
125.
couldn't quite find it.
Mario Kart 72.
So 72 for Clark here to take us to a final and deciding leg. Oh, but he's going to have to go 15 bull. Well, that's what he should be doing anyway. Well, I think so.
47. Kevin Newcar 131.
Opportunity here for Dowling to take out 131 and the match. Not going to happen though, so Clark will be back for the 25.
99. Mario
Just have
Kart
a feeling
25.
this is going to go all the way, Henry.
It has been the story of Matt Clark's week. Now, he's had a tendency to go 17-4 for this particular checkout. He will do so again here. 2 darts to save his Super Series skin with Dowling back on a double for the match.
Matt Clark.
Of course he was going to go 3-3. It is the story of Matt Clark's week. And so, the first semi-final goes to a 7th and deciding leg. It is Kevin Dowling who has the darts to go through to the final on debut. But have a look at this.
140.
Good start.
Well, I think this is now 15 of the 18 games Clark's played so far have been all 7 legs.
140.
At this point, it's about who blinks first.
59.
Is that an opening for Clark? You sense even one treble and he wrestles control of this leg. And that is a plumb lie. Matt's making his move.
He most certainly is. And what a time to do it.
$47.
Definitely advantage Clark at this stage.
Almost entering his to lose territory now.
60.
But he comes up dry.
Still on a finish though. It's a big ask. But it is a finish. We've already seen him do a 156 this week. What's a 161?
100. Mark your car 161.
The first. There's the second. Bullseye for a 161. Oh, right on the wire.
Kevin your car 155.
That was a great effort, though.
But from one potentially seismic match-winning finish to another. But Dowling isn't going to get a double at this turn. And so Matt Clark, 25.
100.
He nailed this in the last leg to send us here. And so will the 17 double four combination be the winning one for Matt Clark again here? Two darts at double four, has to step back because that was precariously close to the single two.
Game, shot,
and Matt Clark, the king of the 4-3, gets through to the final by winning by that very scoreline. He beats the debutant Kevin Dowling, who has had a fantastic week here at the Super Series. I'm sure we'll see him again in the near future, but for Matt Clark, he's in the £5,000 game. He is one win away from Champions Week. Semi-final number 2 sees Crocodile Dundee, Paul Hogan, up against Kevin Painter. We'll be watching that next.
So Matt Clark is through to tonight's final, but who will be tasked with taking down the seemingly invincible Superman? We're about to find out. Kevin Painter and Paul Hogan just completing their practice starts for the second semi-final. Both were pretty dominant in winning their groups and getting to finals night. And each of them have been tipped by our pundits here to win the week. Will it be Matthew Edgar's pick and practice partner Kevin Painter? Or will Corinne Hammond's Paul Hogan endorsement move a step closer? Well, she is on hand to talk you through this semi-final showdown alongside Mr. Super Series. Back to you, Henry Deacon.
Oh, stop it, Murph. Welcome to semi-final number 2 here at the Super Series. Kevin Painter up against Paul Hogan.
First leg is Paul to throw
Paul,
first.
by virtue of winning his group, has the darts here. This is, I suppose, a heavyweight battle of big names, really, isn't it? And Hogan is kicking off.
140.
Pretty well.
We thought that was going to be a 180, but a 140 will do.
60.
Can't not stick by your man now, can you, Cohen?
Well, exactly. I can't waver now.
60. 140.
I think they've both set the tempo, haven't they?
But that is what you need to do in a semi-final.
45.
And no sooner had you said that, Henry, and along comes a 45.
And then the first max, which goes the way of Kevin Painter. The famous strains of the voice that is Paul Hinks.
60. Kevin O'Carr, 121.
The 180, 1-2 out combo in 6. Well, he doesn't have to go the bullseye route. He won't go the bullseye route.
85.
And he'll leave himself very handily placed on double 18 after 12. That's some way of getting out the traps.
100. Kevin O'Carr, 36.
For 14 data.
18.
Hogan's back on 96.
Paul O'Carr, 96.
If he gets the treble, you'd fancy him for double 18.
60. Kevin O'Carr, 18.
To break in the opening leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
An opening leg break for the artist. He leads Paul Hogan by a leg to 0. And that was a clinical first leg from the former world finalist, the former players champion.
100.
Sometimes you could just see in players' body language, can't you, Corinne, when someone just feels up for it, just feels it for a particular occasion.
42.
I just get the sense here that that's what we're seeing in Kevin Painter at this particular moment in time.
Yeah, his body language definitely says he's up for it.
He's
here to do a job. And his second max of the match.
Hogan's first. This is an incredible game. This is a sumptuous semi-final.
57. 100. Kevin O'Carr, 164.
It's also going at a really good pace as well. Probably the quickest match that we've seen in terms of pace so far this evening.
$80.
Well, Hogan needs at least one treble here.
59.
Not
Kevin
able to
O'Carr,
find one.
84.
Still on 120, but is going to have to wait to see what Painter does with this 84. Oh, he's got 2 darts at double 12 now. Oh, taking a step back.
Game
and he
shot on the
finds it
second leg.
for a
Kevin
2-0
Painter.
lead in this second semi-final.
And you could just see there as well The fist bump, the shatter, come
The
on.
leg pulled through first. Game on.
He said right at the very start of the week in his first interview on Monday morning that he plays well here, but he wants
85.
to win on a Saturday night. And now he is at this part, at this juncture. He is trying to do everything in his power to get over that line.
90.
Look at this average, Corinne.
Yes, well, this is the best we've seen him play so far this evening.
$140. $55.
Few darts straying into the treble 5 there.
$132.
Yeah, that was a great dart there from Hoagie, leaving himself on 144.
40. Paul Carl, 144.
He's got some time here now with Painter befriending those treble 5s. Oh, and able to sneak one into the treble, and he'll be back for the 44.
You have to give credit to Paul Hogan here because Kevin Painter came out like a whippet down the Yorkshire Dale. He came out the trap so quickly, but Paul Hogan of Crocodile Dundee has managed to find a way of weathering the storm and finding a way for himself. Double 16, he's got the luxury of time, even if it doesn't go first time.
12.
He is going to be back.
$78. Paul Carl, 32.
Oh, 2 on the wire there.
16.
Oh, not able to find it with the
98.
third, giving Painter the opportunity to take a 3-0 lead if he's able to put away this 98. And given the way he's hit doubles so far in this match, I wouldn't put it past him. Oh, he's got 2 at 38. Again, taking that step back. And finds it with the first dart there.
Is the semi-final pain for Paul Hogan. Returning again at the Super Series.
Kevin, you through first. Game on.
The artist is one leg away from painting his path into the final. And the £5,000 game where Matt Clark
60.
would join him.
$28.
Is that the visit?
$59.
Painter trying to hammer home the advantage, but he comes to the well and comes up dry.
$140.
And then here comes Painter again with his third 180 of this match.
$83.
He is romping home now towards victory, averaging just under 95. Imperious from Painter, turning it on at the perfect time. Painter's peaking, and what a time to do so. 57 after 12 for a 4-0 win and to join Matt Clark in the final.
60. Kevin Newcar, 57.
Tops.
And again, taking that step back before he has his dart at a double.
Game.
It's worked for him though, because there it is. 57 checker and a 4-0 win to Painter, which sees him move to the final to take on Matt Clark.
And the artist will go all the way, a 4-0 win, and what a performance as well. 96.97 average, 3 180s, Painter's through, 4-0 against Paul Hogan. And so the final is set. It's Clark, it's Painter, it's live and next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the finalists are about to take to the stage. Before we do look ahead to that final, though, we're going to have a look and tell you what's coming next week. So these are the players in action. Adam Lipscomb, Johnny Haynes, Mark McGeaney, subject to not getting a tour card, so we hope not to see McGeaney next week. Neil Duff, Terry Jenkins and Tony O'Shea starting the action on Monday at 9:30. Good group, isn't it?
Oh, it's a fantastic group. Some great names among them there.
Yeah, some real legends. Terry Jenkins, Tony O'Shea, they really stand out. The other players on the right of the screen will join the action from Thursday. But before the semi-finals started, we did ask you to vote for your checkout of the week. Here's the winner.
To become the hero of the hour
156.
was 156. To do it in the most incredible of all circumstances, double 18. Superman to the rescue! That That is absolutely incredible. He had to win 4-0. He won 4-0. He did it with a 1.56.
No commentators were harmed in the making of that video, I can assure you of that. But it was between Matt Clark and Kevin Painter, and that's the final we've got.
Yeah, I know. Amazing, isn't it? And what a final it's going to be. I mean, you would have to tip Painter based upon his performance in that semi-final. He, you know, went out there and whitewashed Hogan. But, I mean, Matt Clark just seems to be hanging on with everything in every game, in every match, loves a 4-3. So, yeah, look, I'm really undecided here.
Everything's been against him, it seemed, all week. Again, Kevin Painter has beat him all 3 times they've met this week. Matt Clark hasn't beaten Painter for 9 years now. In fact, they met for the first time 22 years ago at the Lakeside World Championship.
Wow.
Can Clark keep upsetting the odds?
Well, I think, you know what, based on that, I'm going to tip Clark to win this one.
There we go. Well, without further ado, let's get it on. It is the final of Week 10. Kevin Painter against Matt Clark. And to talk you through it, Corin Hammond and Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. And so, the deciding match of Week 10 sees Kevin Painter take on Matt Clark. Will it be Superman's Day, or will the artist pave his way towards Champions Week? This was the game he was targeting right from the outset on Monday morning. That's what he said to us on Monday morning. He wants to better his Saturday night record at the Super Series. He's within one game of doing exactly that. Up against Matt Clark. The first time here in Portsmouth,
Game on.
he could go all the way through to Champions Week. Unlike the other games where we have predeterminating factors as to who throws first,
55.
There was a bull off in the practice room, and it was Kevin Painter who won that. And so Painter will have the darts in the odd-numbered legs. Like the rest of the week, we are playing best of 7, first of 4, to see who goes through to Champions Week. Corinne Hammond has nailed her colours to the mask, or shall we say nailed her colours to the Clark.
What? In a roundabout way, you're saying that I backed Clark to win this one.
55.
In some kind of poetic way.
Right, okay.
I can't just say Corinne Hammond backed Matt Clark to win. That's
too easy.
Exactly. 174 for Painter. Puts him in charge of this opening leg.
$81.
Should get 6 from here.
$99.
Painter's really starting where he left off, and maybe the advantage when you play well in the second semi-final is you could take that into the next match. Effectively, the break between the semi-final and final is pretty much the same as that, as almost like a commercial break in a match.
95.
Yeah, absolutely. Hasn't
Kevin
had
118.
much time to turn around between his semi-final to the final. So he's hoping that he keeps the form that he showed in the semi-final in this final.
Mario Kart 170.
Well, he's given Clark the opportunity to take out a 170. Let's see what he can do. Not going to be this time.
Well, that would have gazumped even his check out of the week.
74.
So Painter with first poke at the 74. So 65 left.
Oh, overshot the mark.
No score.
And in the end, he's
Mario
just busted.
137.
That's incredible. Can Clark capitalise on this 137?
$43. Kevin Newcar 74.
Hasn't done much with it. Left himself 94. So Painter again for the 74. Let's see what he does with it this time.
been here before.
Gone a completely different way. 2 10s.
$64.
Oh, and inside.
Mario Kart 94.
He's presented Clark here with an opportunity he probably didn't expect.
Left himself 69, 9. Yep, back up for the ball. Oh, and he gets it. At the first time of asking for a double, Matt Clark has put away the 94 for the first leg of this final and a break of throw.
Second leg, Matt to throw first.
And when we analyse the conclusion of this final, will we boil it down to a bust on the 74 in the first leg for Kevin Painter?
And then 2 missed darts at double 10 from the second time of asking on that 74.
41.
And this is what's so captivating about this format is
44.
You play for 6 days in the case of Matt Clark. And everything that you come to achieve and you want to do basically relies on a best of 7 game of darts.
93. $70.
Having a bit of a love affair with those 5s at the minute.
$60.
There's absolutely no body movement from Clark in his throw apart from his arm moving. The rest of his body stays completely still.
60.
And after coming out all guns are blazing in the first leg, since that moment on the 74, it's become quite quiet. It was a feast at the start, and now it's a famine for Kevin Painter.
Yeah, you wonder if
41.
he's still actually thinking about it and whether he's just let it go as yet, which is what he needs to do. He can't keep dwelling on it. Otherwise, well, we're going to continue seeing things like this.
39.
Oh, and there's a bit of frustration there for Painter.
Can you want something too much? Because Kevin has said right from the get-go he wants to win this darts match.
137.
Well, you can always want something too much. But, I mean, he's got the capability, you know, the ability to be able to win it. It's in his hands. It's up to him. He can control that. Darts is one of those very few sports where you have absolutely no impact on what the other player is doing. There's no attack, there's no defense, there's
100.
Nothing. You can only control what you do,
129.
not what the other person does.
It's not like a tennis match when you can have a rally and dictate where you send your opponent up the court.
I mean, you can apply pressure on different things and hope that they falter at that pressure, but ultimately, you can't
57.
control it.
$58. Mario Kart 72.
Oh, Kevin can't believe it.
Well, I mean, and showing this kind of body language is probably not the best thing to do, because Clark's going to start thinking in his head, I've got him here. All I need to do is keep throwing straight darts, do whatever, and you know, I've got him.
Game shot of the
Oh,
second leg.
what a shot there.
Now Painter's got a mountain to climb. He has the darts in the third. If he gets broken here, then the hill becomes an Everest.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long way to come back from 3-0 down.
85.
But not unachievable.
$123.
What's happening here, Colin? Because he's clearly unsettled.
Yeah, and you know, he is unsettled, and the only one that he's upsetting is himself, really. If he's
55.
disturbing his own rhythm, it's more detrimental to him than what it is to anybody else. Because Clark's just going about his business here.
58.
And this time he's waiting until Clark's all the way back to go to the line. So maybe that's what it was about.
45.
It's just not happening here for him at the minute. A couple of big trebles here from Clark will see him take complete control of this.
44.
Can't find one though.
But Kev's the sort of player that one big visit could just suddenly
55.
spark him back into light. That he just clicks back into gear and realises, well, this is what I can do, and this is what I'm capable of, and this is what I've done for the best part of 25, 30 years.
He should know that without having to hit that big score. He should know that anyway.
59.
That he is very capable of pulling this back around.
But it is interesting how enigmatic players can be like that.
Mm-hmm.
They have to do it to show that they can do it, even though we know that they can do it because they've done it so
55.
many times.
I think Painter's been his own. 3-0 up in the final. And it's now his darts. So that was another break of throw.
Fourth leg match to throw first. Game on.
And Kev can't help himself but chuckle. As you can see there, Paul Hogan, who lost to Painter in the semi-final, has stayed to watch the conclusion.
Well, and if you remember, Henry, Hogan was doing the exact same thing,
60.
standing behind Painter in his semi-finals. He was chuckling, laughing, and shaking his head with the missed darts at doubles that he'd had as well. And so now Painter finds himself in the same position that Hoagie was
55.
in the last match. And Painter's having done to him what he did to Hoagie.
What comes around goes around.
Could very well be.
And again, I suppose we bore this game potentially back to that first leg.
Yeah, because it
55.
doesn't really seem like Painter's been able to move past it. It's just all gone wrong for him from there.
100.
But never, ever discount the artist.
No, of course not. And also don't discount the fact that Clark loves a 7-legger. So this is
77.
far from over as yet, Henry.
So you saying we're going to get more tungsten tension?
Oh, we very well could. Like I said, I wouldn't discount it. Although I'm sure Clark is very keen to not have it go that way now. Not when he has a 3-0 lead.
The next thing he wants to
100.
see is you presenting him with a novelty check for $5,000.
Oh.
Quinn will be making that presentation to the winner after the conclusion of this match with Chris Murphy on stage.
99.
May not be too far away because Clark is 210 points away from a cruising 4-0 win.
Well, Painter's still reminding him that he is there. He'll be the first one to have a look at a finish.
$100. Kevin O'Carr, 146.
Well, this is to save his final Not going to go this time, and so is this Matt Clark's moment. 110 points away.
Well, we've already seen him take out a 110 earlier this evening. Is he going to do it again? Not
Kevin
to
O'Carr,
be.
41.
Two 16s to save his campaign.
9. Marty O'Carr, 56.
Now then, Matt Clark, is this your moment to become the hero of the day? To complete your Champions Week charge? And Superman is the superhero of the Super Series. Matt Clark is the champion of Week 10. He's the man who qualifies for Champions Week. He gets the better of Kevin Painter in the final by 4-0. The man who's been the king of the 4-3s this week gets it done in double quick time. He gets the better of Painter 4-0 with a 77.08 average. 4 out of 4 on the checkouts, 100% perfect, including that 94 high out. Kevin Painter, it is defeat for him in the final. It's been a pleasure to have Colin Hammond with me in the commentary box. She's going to go and now present the check to Matt Clark, who is on stage now with Chris Murphy.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks, Henry. Well, what a week it's been here at the Super Series. Drama aplenty, and much of it involving this man. Matt, just try and sum up how you feel right now.
I'm not entirely sure I can. It is overwhelming. I think people owed me a few misses after the start of the week, and I got them back tonight. All I can do is, yeah, I've got nothing.
The final was just about your most drama-free match, wasn't it?
To be honest, you find that a lot of competitions and a lot of opens all over the world, the adrenaline and everything that's pumping to get to the final, when you make the final, you're there. So it's always an anticlimax. On occasions, it's more than an anticlimax, but most of the time, it's just you're in the final, so you don't care.
I just want to talk about one particular shot from last night. A 1-5-6 checkout against Colin Monk. Now, you had to hit that to win 4-0 to get here tonight. You were unaware at the time, weren't you? It's quite incredible.
That it's the truth. I knew that if I beat Colin, I would be the same points as Mike. In my head, I just worked out that, oh, Mike's beat me, so what could I do? When Colin wired the 32 to take the leg, I didn't know the importance of that or taking out the 1-5-6. It was literally as I walked out the back, everyone told me I was through, and I'm like, you've got to be joking. I'm just, well, the happiest person at this moment in time.
Literally lost for words. Well, the next thing that I'm going to bring onto the stage is going to make you smile. Colin Hammond, she might make you smile, but what she's got for you there is a giant cheque for £5,000. So
wow.
Congratulations on winning that.
Thank you, Corinne. All up, head up.
Someone's happy about it.
Someone's happy. I'll take it. I'm
Congratulations to Matt Clark. Fantastic performance to get through. That's all we've got time for at the Super Series this week, but we will be back from 9:30 a.m. next week. There is just a couple more weeks to go before Champions Week. Superman will be there after a real superhero display to win Week 10 at the Super Series. See you later. And now you can do whatever you want.